Hello everyone. There is enough evidence to indicate that I am live, my microphone and my camera are working and everything is good. So, I have one question for you. Did you girl boss too close to the sun? You may be entitled to financial compensation, but that's none of my business. Today we're going to do not really operating system development. Well, we're going to do a little bit of operating system development with a little bit of game development. Mostly the second one actually, but we're doing game development for an operating system that I developed, so we're doing both. We're doing a little bit of each. Hello, everyone. Okay. Am I watching at 2x speed? I don't think you are. Am I speaking too fast? I don't know if you're watching at 2x speed, but I don't think I am streaming at 2x speed. I can tell you that much. Do I have any announcements? Anything about Redacted OS, about the operating system? Red OS, Redacted OS? I don't even know what to call it anymore. No, not really. I don't think so. I have been trying to get networking syscalls working, and I have been completely and utterly unable to do so because of reasons. What are those reasons? I don't even fucking understand them, to be completely honest with you. I get a crash. The crash looks like the kind of crash that I would get when I would have nested syscalls, which I've mentioned a lot in the past few days, are not something that is supposed to happen in ARM, and so is not allowed. The problem is there are no nested syscalls. Not only that, but there is another crash that happens if I don't printf at a specific point. Printf what exactly? Doesn't matter. Literally just a random string, doesn't matter. As long as you put it there, it prevents the crash. If it's not there, it doesn't prevent the crash. There is a crash that shouldn't be happening if you don't printf. So, networking is going well. It's going amazing. Things are working like they normally should. There's definitely no issues happening whatsoever, and it'll be ready any day now. The funniest thing is it's all set up. It's all there. The code is all there. But there are phantom syscalls that don't actually exist, and other crashes that happen if you don't call printf. Not the syscall version of printf, mind you, the normal version of printf, the kernel printf. That isn't a syscall. Makes a grand total of 0 sense, if you ask me. But such is the life of operating system development when you mess with memory yourself. Shit happens. I don't know what else to say. I'll figure out what's going on, and eventually the networking syscalls will be working. But for the time being, I have a calculator button on my keyboard. Alright, I just realized I had this load PNG function that I never finished creating. Well, I didn't commit it, so. Let's just do a few commits here. Here. Not doing this one because it's gonna lead to a merge conflict, so I'm just keeping it manual. Not doing this one because it's a hack and I'm supposed to do like blend modes for alpha handling. We're going back to the game engine. Okay, so yesterday, actually for the month of October, I'm working on this little ghost game, which is a good way for me to start developing my operating system in, you know, a practical manner. adding features that I actually need to develop this game. Such as that memset fix that I said I wasn't going to commit, the blend modes and alpha channel handling that I haven't done. So this is the game. You can possess objects, and if you possess an object too much, you scare the human. Or not. It's a little bit buggy, to be completely honest. If you scare the human, they leave. Except there's bounce checking, so they don't actually fully leave the scene. It's quite buggy at the time. But that's what happens when you're making a game engine, a game, and an operating system that runs the game engine that runs the game. What else am I making? The image library that's used to load the sprites. The graphics library that's used to display the images. The input system. Pretty much everything. Every single aspect of this game is made entirely by me. It is the ultimate no dependencies project. So that means a lot of bugs are going to happen because you need to take care of literally everything yourself. But yesterday, my brain was a little bit fried. I couldn't really think logically anymore, so I stopped the stream. But before that, I decided to give a little thought to the structure that the game engine is going to follow. I talked about the traditional way that game engines are structured, so I'm going to use Unity-like syntax to explain things. I haven't done any coding in Unity in a while when it comes to like game stuff specifically. So don't take the syntax to be anything. But essentially, in Unity, you have, I don't know, you have a player, right? And your player is going to have a bunch of scripts on it. Like, for example, the player input script, which is going to derive from mono behavior. And a mono behavior is just a script for Unity. That's going to have a start. And here you're going to do like initialization, like, I don't know, binding to the keyboard. Or controller. Doesn't matter. And then you're going to have an update function. And here you're going to check if the input W was pressed and move forward. Then on top of that, you can add other scripts. Ideally, you break them down into the functionality that your game objects have. For example, you can have target, which is also a mono behavior in the way that I'm building it anyway. And this one can have a function like receive damage, damage. Or even like instead of target, call it health. So you do something like this. And then you put it in your player character. And then you can do something like this. And then, for example, how do you handle when the character or whatever dies? Well, if it's a player, respawn. If it's an NPC, despawn instead, disappear. Or leave behind a pretty corpse, whatever. So that kind of thing can get pretty messy. For example, you can do like, okay, instead of doing that, you can do like subclasses like player health. And here you can, obviously it would be a subclass of health. You can do this. And then you can do something like this. So you've divided the logic of the two different behaviors, and then to the player you attach the player health, and to the NPC you attach the NPC health instead of attaching the health directly. It's a solution. It can get quite messy quite fast. So it's definitely not the easiest. And for example, what if, I don't know, you let the player actually like respawn up to a maximum of 10 times. So you keep a count, oh, 2 times, I mean. Something like this, right? Okay, so you've given the player like a minimum, like a limited respawn functionality. You respawn twice, you die more than that, it's game over. But what if we want to make a special NPC that also has respawn? Well, now I have to consider this condition here. Right now I have a game over, right? Which I can just call it. But obviously, if the NPC dies twice, the game is not over. The player didn't die. Actually, the player won. So you don't want to end the game. So you would have to, I don't know, subclass this thing again and replace this with something else. It can get quite messy. And again, these are very simple examples, but still, it can get quite messy. You have to subclass a bunch of things. It's not the best. It's not the best. Let's face it, it's also not very modular or particularly convenient. It's definitely a type of game architecture that is quite meh. Can be done better. So there is another game architecture in which you would have components. So essentially, instead of using like a whole class for your game object, whatever, you would turn these into components. Right, so let's ignore all this. Just make a bunch of components, which couldn't be structures instead of classes. So that already removes a bunch of overhead, but it doesn't really matter. Although it also prevents you from subclassing, but you don't need subclassing for this type of thing. So how do we do the things that we did before? You have an input receiver. You have a health component. You have a struct respawn component. You have a struct lootable or respawnable even. You can call them something like that. So you're kind of breaking down the behavior that I've explained. I wish I hadn't deleted the previous code, but you're breaking down the behavior that I explained into the smallest blocks you can break it down into. So now, let's say that for whatever reason, the player can control 2 items at once. Like, I don't know, let's say that I want to give the player the ability to clone themselves and have 3 clones all acting the exact same way, moving in the exact same direction at the exact same speed. You don't know which one is the original or whatever. I would have to create specific behavior for that. Whereas instead, here I can just attach an input receiver to whatever objects I want. But then only one of them has a health component. So you have to find the correct one in order to attack the player, or attack the NPC, or attack the whatever. it's very modular in that sense. Because again, I don't think in terms of the player has input. I just think in terms of there is an input receiver, someone who receives input. I don't care if it's the player. I don't care if it's something else. Actually, in this game, you have the ability of possessing objects. So obviously the architecture that I'm talking about, I haven't built yet, but now the input receiver is this object thingy. Whereas if I depossess it, the input receiver is the player. So I could just move who receives input, give the input to multiple components at once, whatever the hell you want. It's a lot more modular. Anything can have health. Your player can have health, your NPCs can have health. What happens when they die? Well, if they have a health component and a respawnable component, they can respawn up to a maximum amount of times. What happens after that? Well, if they also have a, I don't know what to call it. I'm going to call it game state, but that's not right. If they have a game state component alongside a health and a respawnable component, or even just a player component, right? You can give them a player component to indicate this is the one that you care about when it comes to the player. If they have a health component, a respawnable component that's out of lives, and a player component, that's game over. If instead of having the player component, they have a lootable component, or even no component at all, then that's a respawnable NPC that just died. It's not a game over. Again, by mixing the little components like Lego bricks, you get to build more modular, more reusable logic for your games. There is obviously the overhead of managing all those components separate from the object. Actually, let me keep that. Because, okay, you have like these structure definitions for each of the components. Cool. But then how do you attach them to the player? Do you just have like a class player? Obviously, that's already a name that I'm using, but like, doesn't matter. And then inside of it, you have a components array or something. No, you don't really have that. Actually, the player is not even a... I'm gonna remove this one just for clarity of what I'm explaining. The player isn't even a class. Most of the times, it can be something like a simple integer. Just something that indicates an entity, as it's called. These are called components, and these are called entities. The player is just an entity, an identifier to say this object. So as an individual component is associated to the player. So player has entity number 5, right? So input receiver, you just say, okay, entity 5 has an input receiver. Entities 5, 3, 2, and 1 have health. Entity 5 and 3 are respawnable, and entities 2, 1, and 4 are lootable. This is just a random example, right? The cool thing is you now have an array of healths, an array of input receivers, an array of respawnables, and an array of lootables, and you can just go through these arrays and create the logic that you want. Like I said before, wherever you find an input receiver and a health, well, no, that has nothing to do, sorry. When you find a health and a respawnable, then you check, is the health less than 0? Then that means whoever this is dead, but they can respawn. So I'm gonna create a function that handles that logic. Again, this is all pseudocode, right? But takes a health component and a respawnable component, and if h health is less or equal to 0, then respawn lives minus, and if our lives is bigger than 0, we set the health back to the maximum. And that way we've just done the respawn, not just for the player, but for anyone who is respawnable. So pretty much anyone who has a health and a respawn component to them. Whereas instead, if it's a health and lootable system, well, no, you wouldn't really do that. You would instead have a separate... Well, yeah, doesn't really matter. The loot system is, if they don't have a health, or if their health is 0, then you can loot them. So you've broken down your system into components, entities, and systems. So it's called a entity component system. You know, if I was doing things in order, which now I am. I personally find this way of building a game engine simpler, more efficient for handling large numbers of entities because of the way that the memory is laid out and a bunch of optimizations that you can do to lay out that memory as efficiently as possible. You can have hundreds, thousands, probably even millions of entities. Obviously, they're all not going to have super complex behavior. Like, you wouldn't put an AI component on all of them. But you have some very basic components like, I don't know, a transform component and a movement component. Then that would make it so that you could have thousands of objects just easily moving across the screen. Obviously with some rendering optimizations as well, but in terms of the logic of the way that things are built, that is a big advantage that ECS has. The big disadvantage that it has is it requires a lot of setup. The system that I currently have set up is closer to the one that other game engines use, like Unity, Unreal, probably Godot. I honestly have never worked with that one. But most likely, they all use something similar to this. It's a lot easier. They usually just keep track of all the objects that are in the game and update all the scripts on all those objects. Right now, I'm not even doing that. I literally just keep, since there's only 3 objects in the game, the player, the item, and the human, I don't even keep track of that. I just have references to the 3 of them, which leads to a lot of repeated function calls and whatnot. But the reason I didn't bother with making it a bit more complex than this to handle this scenario is I didn't want to commit to it, because I most likely wanted to do something like this. Not strongly enforced though. I will break ECS rules wherever it is convenient for me to do so, because like I said, breaking things down into such small components and having to follow a whole bunch of memory layout rules means that you kind of are limited in the things that you do. For a lot of very simple things, you can actually need a whole lot of boilerplate code. So when I'm faced with break the rules of ECS or write boilerplate code, I'm going with breaking the rules. This is also for a game that has a handful of objects in it. It's gonna have, I don't know, about a dozen objects, a few people, 3, 4 people, and 1 ghost. And then probably the rooms are gonna have to have their own definition, and other objects are gonna have to have their own like definitions within the game, but we're not talking about millions of different objects in the game. We're talking about probably less than 100. So I'm okay with breaking the ECS rules a little bit. And I'm okay with not doing it in the most efficient way possible. I have to say, I have worked with ECS before because Unity and Unreal, even though they use the structure that I mentioned at the beginning, they have their own ECS solutions. So Unity has dots, it has the entity component system within the data-oriented tech stack, and Unreal has mass entity, which they used to build a demo for the Matrix and literally nothing else. They've used it once, they built it for that, and then they were like, yeah, okay, we're back to building Fortnite. We don't care about this way of doing things. So, oh well. Oh wait, I couldn't move that. Damn it, you're making me back down line by line. Okay, so the way that I'm building things here is gonna be just very simple, very naive implementation. We're not gonna go for the most efficient way of doing it because it's just for this game. However, the structure that I build here, hopefully, eventually, once the game is done, or as the game development progresses, I'm going to generalize it so that the game engine itself has an ECS architecture to it. That one will be a little bit stricter with the rules of ECS. Most likely, we'll see. We'll see as I build it. But it is a way that I personally enjoy building games more that way. I find it more modular. I find that it gives you a lot more possibilities. And I find that if the rules of ECS were a little bit more flexible, you could do a lot of amazing things. With a trade-off of performance, because the rules are there for performance. So, a very naive way of building. Actually, let me begin by talking about C bases in Subnautica, apparently. Let me actually begin. We're doing this in C. I have to admit, I don't think I've seen anyone do ECS in C. Now, some people have done it. Some people have done it. I have a general idea of how I want to do it, but I want to do a little bit of research to see how other people are doing it. Because let's face it, C is the GOAT of programming. C is the unrivaled champion of programming. And before anyone comes in here talking about Rust, all I have to say is don't make me tap the sign. I should keep that image on speed dial. Okay, so again, we're going for a very basic implementation. It's probably gonna have arrays built like this. I'm not gonna use any complex array types, even though I have some, and actually some that I wanted to have specifically for building an ECS game engine. That's for step 2. That's for phase 2. Also, my hair looks really weird, like kind of. Alright, so let's let it go. Let it all out. I'm crazy, but I'm free. Yeah, I'm going for the most simple, basic implementation of it, and then eventually I'm gonna make it a little bit more stable as we go along. This is technically phase 2. Phase 1 was building objects like this, and then just instantiating them here directly. Phase 2 is building it in an ECS way. Now, I see that they have a component list, which I don't like. I don't love this. Why do you need a list? Don't you already have a list? Do you need to make it like this? I don't think you do. You absolutely do not need to do this. All right. Let's begin with transform, right? The simple way to do this would be to have a transform list with a maximum number of entities. Again, very naive implementation. It's going to define a max entities. And we're going to define it at 256. If we go any higher than this on a game where you scare sprite human beings as a ghost in a tiny house, well, tiny, in a house with multiple rooms, but still a house, if you have more than 256 entities, I feel like you're doing something wrong. So we're okay with having a hard-coded maximum entity list of 200. And I wouldn't be opposed to having a active flag simply used to indicate if the transform is valid or not. Is it necessary? Probably not. But I'm gonna keep it. Worst case scenario, I'm gonna remove it. So now, whenever I wanna access all the transforms, this is a system that I'm building as a single function. It's gonna go through the transform list. It's going to access that component, check if it's active. And that's it. That's a test system. If I want to have the you know what? Hold on. I feel like I can do this with a macro that kind of prevents me from having to write all this boilerplate every single time. Can I do a define component with a name and values that is defined as such? Type def struct name. Actually, it doesn't need to have a name here. We can give it a name here. Then the bool active here. And the values here. Does that make sense? Can I do that? So this becomes component no, that's not how you spell it. Component transform the values inside of it without the active, but with that. Not quite, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm also not done. I have to include this part in it, which is the name. Oh, I don't... The variable name is a little bit of an issue. I don't know how to do that. Can I just do... No, I don't think I can do this. Can I do something like this? Doesn't feel like I can. A little bit of C macro syntax hacking is always a good thing to start with on a Saturday afternoon. I've done stuff like this in the past, so I might just be able to to be fair, this is code that we're generating. Alright, you know what? Forget the values for a second. Let's begin with what we have. That's valid, but now this is called name list. The C cheat sheet, that's not what I was going for. I was going specifically for the fine. Huh? Was that it? I feel like I saw it. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. No, not quite. We're getting there. We're getting there. This is some next level C hacking. I mean, I feel like this works. The problem is... Let me try one thing. Still undeclared. So not quite. Not quite there. What does this expand to? Can I see that? Type def struct bool active transforms. I see. It turns into that. Wait, oh, that's because of the parentheses. But that returns a string. That returns a string. That's not what I want. And I'm so bad at Googling. And Google has gotten so bad. It used to be before AI when Google actually worked. I used to be able to Google well enough because my shortcomings were... Wait, this is for C#. My shortcomings were offset by Google, but now that's no longer happening. C define macro use. Okay, so like this works, except this expands to Wait, hold on. Okay, this works. This should work, yes. This works, but I have to define transform and transform list, which sucks, but oh well. Also, it doesn't fully work because actions, values, I mean, is not fully being included in there. Whereas if instead I just do this, that expands to typedef struct values name. This expands to typedef struct the values transform and then transform transforms list. Yeah, okay, that's correct. But now we don't have the active anymore. I have to declare that every time. Not amazing, but better than nothing. Yep. See, compiler hacking is a good way to start a stream. It's a good way to start the afternoon. Oh. It's a good way to start anything, really. So, should I leave it like this or should I keep trying? I feel like this is good enough for now. All right, so it actually still stays. Okay, can I do a default value, by the way? That's not a thing that you can do now. I feel like I got an eyelash in my eye when I touched it just now. I'll be right back. Let me check. Okay. Well, with this little macro, I can declare components, and then whenever I make changes to the way that components are structured, it should be okay to change the macro without having to change every single declaration of a component. And the good thing is it remains compatible with the previous system. So I can just component movement list and the array. There you have it. Only I knew how to type. I have to do the same thing, not for movable object, hold on. For sprite, AI, that's it. There you go. Now all components are declared as components. Wonderful. I can move this one up. And the game should still run the same because of this being a hybrid system, you can just put components inside of objects and have them be like that. And indeed, oh, I must have broken something. No, the fear system is broken, that's it. The fear system that I wrote yesterday is super broken. Essentially, it seems like they get scared when you don't move stuff and they don't get scared when you move stuff. Kind of the opposite of what you want. The idea is that they get scared when you move objects. When you move them vertically, it's scarier than when you move them horizontally because floating objects are scarier than shifting objects. All right. Pretty good start. Now, I do think that every component does need that bool active thing. And then we can create a create entity. So I'm gonna get rid of these structures next. So there won't even be allocations anymore. The player is now going to be defined by a player EID, which is going to be create entity, or entity ID, that is. We can then create component. We need to create a create component structure. That takes an entity ID. And then how does it attach a component to the player? It would be ideal, again with some macro hacking, to have, since we don't have, this is the funny thing about doing this without C++ or C sharps or any other languages generics, is that you cannot just create a create component T with a T component. That would be so easy, but we don't have that. So what can we do? Can it be a function? No. Create component now takes an entity ID, a component type, and an initializer. And what it does is All right, we want to wrap it in a loop, by the way, because this is actual code. Um, stop staring at me, please. All right, there. That did not quite work. Because hold on, the way to do this is what I'm trying to do is this. That is valid syntax. So, isn't that what I'm doing here? Let me see what the jury says. The jury says that the define create component is not declared, but it's right here. Hello? It's a macro? I don't understand how it says undeclared identifier, but then it realizes that I'm using it. I'm so confused. Let me look at some other code where I did similar things, like in the PNG code that I wrote a few days ago. Come on, brain cell, work. Oh, well. That didn't help, and tell you that much. But also, it does see it as a macro, but then it complains. It's very similar to what I'm doing here. It's pretty much the exact same thing I'm doing here. Thank you. Hadn't noticed that. But still no. What are you complaining about? What in the name of hell are you complaining about? Right, what happens if I just make this an initializer like this? And this initializer, I can pass whatever I want to it. Alright, that fixed it. So the problem is in here. This macro right here. The last semicolon, yeah, it's not really needed. Really, I should have removed this one. but that shouldn't really matter. What if I just initialize it with one variable? You liked it when I did that last time? All right, let me see. This macro is very similar to that one. This await macro. And as you can see, I'm doing something very similar. I'm writing code inside here. Although, to be fair, that's code. This is an initializer. Or maybe it doesn't like that. What if I leave the initializer? If I leave the initializer empty, it likes that. So I feel like its complaint is that, again, if it showed me what it expands to, that would be useful. Maybe if I compile, it shows me what it expands to. Macro, C component passed 4 arguments but takes just 3. So it sees this as an argument. Passed 4 arguments but takes just 3. The number didn't change. You still see this as an argument. It isn't an argument. But I do feel like it's already been an hour. God damn. I do feel like it wants me to just do this. If I do this, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna complain. Yeah. It likes that. Okay, there's an ad on Twitch, so I'm gonna wait for that to finish. And then finish this. Oh, it stopped liking it. It stopped liking it. Alright, we'll be back in 3 minutes and figure this out. Okay, I'm back. I tried to do it a little bit simpler, but the exact same thing happens. It seems to complain about the number of arguments that I'm passing to a function. If I pass multiple ones. So maybe actually just putting parentheses around this might work. Expands to... Okay, this looks correct. No, we're back to it broken. Too many arguments. What about the other? Wait, no, hold on. I updated the wrong one. That didn't change anything. Cannot use initializer list at the beginning of a macro argument. Okay, so now you're a little bit more explicit with that. So can I do t active equal true? T location equal to this. T size equal to this. That expands to transform, open parentheses, open brackets, t active, t location, t size. Well, that's not quite right anymore. Without this. This, hold on. Okay. It is not what I wanted, but it is something of a way for you to define, create a component, and do this, kind of. Again, it's not the cleanest. Also, I created a maximum of 256 entities, so the entity ID should be an 8-bit number. Hello. All right, that way you can... I hate it. I hate it. At the very least, I'm gonna call it component. So you can go... And for that matter, you can do that. You don't have to write it here. And then you can do list object.index EID equal to component. So that should register the component. Except you don't because it is a local variable. Oh my god. But you can do it the other way around. like that. Now component is still a local variable, but it points to this component here. Except no, it doesn't. Now it does. You have to initialize it with a pointer structure. Okay. It's not perfect, but it should work. Ideally. You should be able to set up the player like this. Oh, Lord. Why are you complaining? Too many arguments. C macro hacking is nice until it isn't. All right. Okay. Amazing. C is not suited for ECS. But if I pull this off, I swear to God, if I pull this off, it's gonna be incredible. It's gonna be fucking incredible. Okay, so now we no longer need to do this. And likewise, we should be able to register for the player a movement with a movement list where we can set its max speed to this bitch right here. Its max acceleration to this one right here. And its min acceleration to this one right here. And then because we want to keep compatibility with the way that I was doing things before, because I haven't built the systems properly yet, we are going to simply set the player movement to the movement list player EID. That should be a memcpy instruction. It fucking isn't. Like that. Now, in direction requires pointer operand movement. No? Are you sure about that? Oh, wait. No, now I'm doing something wrong. Hold on. What I'm trying to do is a memcpy. Wait, hold on. Before I do that, I have to import memcpy. Movement is a player variable inside of player. Okay, let me just type this out explicitly like it should be. The destination is player movement. The source is movement list player EID. The count is the size of movement. That is what I'm trying to do. And you know what? Since it is just a temporary thing, we're okay with it being this way. The idea is to just copy that stuff over to the player so that we don't have to rewrite the entire engine for it to work. I'm doing it progressively. Now I'm allocate. Obviously, it's super inefficient. It's really stupid. I'm creating it in the ECS context. I'm pasting it over to the original context, which I'm getting rid of. But it creates a player with the same properties it has always had. Okay, that's entities done and components done. Obviously, entities done. Entities are so simple. They're literally just a number. It's literally 3 lines of code. 4 if you count the closing bracket, 5 if you count the space. But now come the components. Sorry, the components are done, the entities are done, the systems. Now come the systems. I've already structured my code in order to work like systems. Where you pass in a transform pointer, a movement pointer, and a delta time, and that handles whatever needs to be handled. So to create a movement system, all we have to do is iterate through transforms and movements and then just great, that just messed up my entire indentation. Wait, the system obviously takes a delta time as well. You pass in a t, you pass in an m, you pass in the delta time. Problem is, it won't do shit. Right now, it just won't fucking work. Not sure who asked you, Jester. The reason it won't work is that, like I said, the player currently needs to have their component copied over. So whereas before I was doing apply movement to the player, I should now be okay with doing movement system with the delta time, and it should automatically handle that. As we start getting rid of the entire system, this is no longer going to be needed. Not that it works. Not that it works. And by the way, the entire idea also was to check that T is active and M is active. if they're not much of a point to doing this. It finds a valid component pair. That should be for player ID, which is EID, sorry, which is 0. So it should be able to apply movement to the player. But it's not working because I was wondering where the player image stuff was. I moved it lower down. That's why that's not in the component system just yet. Obviously that's not gonna work, because before we do this, we gotta do the opposite. Or, you know what, hold on. Can I just make so that the player, instead of having a transform and a movement, it has pointers to a transform and a movement? That's gonna lead to a lot of errors. A fair bit of errors, I would say. But it is going to prevent this from happening. No, this stays the same. You change. There's another one. This one. Okay, that wasn't nearly as many issues as I expected there to be. I don't have to do the memcpy anymore. Again, it's one of those hacks where I'm like, oh, the other way would be so much more complicated. And then it turns out that the way to do it properly would have been so much easier. And more correct. Not quite. Okay, hold on. Shut up. Let me not talk out of my ass. Because I forgot. I still need to assign them. Oh, it is working. I pressed the keys for a second, I thought it wasn't working. Then I looked at the logs, and next time I looked at the game, it was actually working. Okay, so there you have it. Hybrid system built. The good thing about this hybrid system is if I want to access the player specifically, I just do that. I can just construct an entity view, which is to say a representation of all the components that an entity has inside a struct by doing what I just did. Okay, and the last thing I want to do also for the player. Well, do I want to do the same thing for all objects? First off, I probably want to do the same thing for all objects so they can all use my new system that I just created. So movable object and human, you now have components. Oh, also this C component was supposed to be create component. It was just complaining about not finding the name, so I changed it real quick, but now create component. Well, first off, we have to create Well, no, hold on. I create the object. I then create a component for the object of type transform. Goes into the transform list. Really want to find out how we can just append the word list to the word transform and have to not do this anymore. That would be amazing. That. And then of course I want to put the object's transform. I should be able to do that in here actually. That's simple. No? Well, maybe if you do it in the right place. Oh. They seriously just move one at a time? Alright, that's it for the object. And we can create a human EID by creating a new entity. We're going to create a component for that entity. We're going to call it, well, for the human EID, we're going to call that one the transform list. Take these values in it. Like that. And do the same thing just like that. Like that. Like that. That's how you want to do it. And then likewise, you can just do this. Everything should work the same way. I forgot to update the code. Now, none of you guys need to apply movement. You don't need that. You don't need that or that. You don't need that. Gonna have to fix the possession component also. Oh, I'm gonna do a possession component. So that I don't have to have this ugly... If the player has possessed an object, then handle this. If they haven't, then handle that. So now we have a simple movement system that handles all the cases. Perfect, beautiful, amazing. That did not fucking work. Oh, something went awfully wrong. First off, the human's transform is entirely wrong. This part is entirely wrong, actually. Can't say I understand why. Because I am setting its transform and its movement. By the way, I gotta make sure that I don't have any compilation errors or warnings. I do not. Hmm. All right, hold on. Let me look at it first. See what's actually happening. So right off the bat, the ghost is in the right place. Not receiving input anymore. The object is in the right place. The human is not. This is no longer needed, by the way. The human is given a size. The size is being set here to 64. Then the location is being set to the height minus 64. And the context height is also being used by all of these, so that should work properly. It looks okay-ish to me. Okay-ish to me. I guess it is time to start putting logs everywhere. Trigger accelerate is getting past either a player movement or a player possessed movement without addresses. That's pretty cool. God bless printf. Yes. Actually, I mentioned earlier I was having some issues with syscalls for networking in the system. So I tried to attach GDB and it just crashes the system. Like it just crashes it for absolutely no goddamn reason, with absolutely no change. None of that. I have no idea why it happens. It crashes before printf is even active. Genuinely baffling. That's one of the main reasons I haven't been able to properly debug what's happening with the syscalls there. Doesn't matter. Okay, we can assume that the input system has not changed since we haven't touched it. We should be triggering an acceleration of a valid object. Something like CLion. Well, VS Code works well for me. VS Codium, to be fair. Bloatless version of VS Code. Let me just use some C++ here. I expected to update 3 components if I did everything right. It did. Okay, so there we know that's good. And that those components come from the lists directly. The shape and body, all that still stays the same because we haven't updated those components to be part of the new system. The AI, same for that. All right, let me begin with the fact that one entity out of all of them, one, is in the wrong location. So I want to print the human location of the... Well, motherfucker. How is this gonna work if the object hasn't been allocated yet? Okay, that's one... Oh, that's one down, probably. That's one down. Now the player is wrong. Now the player is wrong. It wasn't updating. None of them are moving right now. The question is, how did that break the player? Motherfucker. Second time. Second time. I did the exact same thing twice. Oh my god. Oh my god. I did the exact same thing twice. Gravity is not working quite well, I would say. Gravity is not doing amazing. A big object is acting a little bit like a... like a feather. The box is acting like a feather. Alright. The exact same bug twice. Amazing. Absolutely fucking amazing. Alright. So now I can just update the last few elements to this new system. I'm gonna stage everything we have so far. Update the last two components, three components technically, to the new system. And once I do that, I will be able to get rid entirely of these three objects and calling things manually. I'll be able to create the last few systems and do everything manually. And we're gonna see why this can be a problem sometimes and why this is useful sometimes. All right, so the components that I haven't moved over yet are the human AI and the sprite and the solid. Okay, so it's a simple thing to do. The player's sprite is being updated here. The OBJ uses a shape, and the human also uses an image. So we can just create component for the player EID of type spirit sprite list. Yeah, that one won't work because I called sprite spirit, but of course the variable for the array is called a sprite list, not a spirit list. And then it needs an initializer for it with just one thingy in it. Component base image component info. The exact same thing is going to be used for the human, except we're going to use the human EID. And we're going to load the nugget. And then we're going to do something similar, but not quite the same for the object, because the object is just a solid color. It doesn't actually have a sprite. It's actually called a solid. Goes in the solid list. And it simply has a color assigned to it. So, ideally, we don't even have to assign them. Ideally, we'll just make a... Alright, time to do some more macro hacking here to create these systems automatically for us. Define make system name component 1, component 2. Right now it takes a maximum of 2 components. Eventually I'll have to make more macros that use more types of components. where we don't need the C anymore. That was just a test. Oh, it does this. Ah. That ought to do it. So we don't have to write all this boilerplate every time. We can just make system, the movement system, takes a transform and a movement in a transform list, a movement list, and it apply movement. Does that work? No. Because I wrapped it in a do while. I was supposed to do that. Now we're actually able to do something similar. For the solid render system, that takes a transform and a solid from the solid list, and it render solid. Of course you don't like that, because oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you need to do that, even if it's not used. Something very similar. Rendering the sprite. I call them the solid render system. You pass the delta time to it. And the I call it the solid sprite system. That was the wrong name. It was supposed to be the sprite render system. Yeah, your comment came through just as I realized that. All right. One more thing that we don't have to iterate over every object we have. One more thing where we don't have to use the old system anymore. Oh. We used to have a special case for the sprite. Where player body visible. We now set that to true here. We set that to false here. And we only do it if it's visible. Obviously, that visible thing would need to go into another component, for that matter, so that it can be shared with all types of renderers, not just the sprite renderer. And I forgot to make the default is true for that one. You know, I will not rest until I turn C into a modern language with enough macros and willpower. How long did it take you to get to this point? I started the operating system in April. The game engine a few weeks ago, but I never really developed it. That was the wrong one. Not active. It's supposed to be visible. And the game I've been working on essentially started Wednesday, yesterday, and today. Okay. I feel like I didn't do the possession thing right. Wait. Oh, I didn't make the player's body. See, that's the problem with compatibility layers. You gotta keep them up to date. Cool. One more to update. The AI system. Let's begin with building the AI system first. That's based off of the... You know what, I wish I could have like forward declarations. It would be stupid. It would just be an extra line of code for nothing. Just so I can declare a system immediately under the function where I create it. Immediately before the function. Half the reason why I switched to modern languages for anything but Windows programming is objects. Fair. Have to say, I used to think until very, very recently, I couldn't even tell you when exactly, but let's say summer. I used to listen to people who shit on object-oriented programming and be like, what's wrong with you people? Come on, object-oriented, it's so cool. It's useful, it's practical, it's convenient. But then I'm doing stuff that the more I go along with this project, the less I want to do object-oriented. And I'm like, starting to get you people. I'm starting to get you. I still think it's useful, it's convenient in a lot of cases, but I get it. I get it. Let's put it that way. I get it. Also, currently compiling the Linux kernel for the 20th time. Why are you doing that? Why do you need to do that? I should make it so that make system also registers the system, so you don't have to do this. You don't have to put it in your update loop. Again, ideally, everything that I'm doing now will move over to the engine, including some of the components that I'm making, including um, the overall structure. You're working on your own Linux distro. Nice. That is interesting. Trust myself to maintain my C code, but my teammates aren't exactly modular with their work, and then the pointers get messed up. I get it. But yeah, the more I go along with this project, the more I realize, like, okay, I don't like object-oriented. I've been gaslit into believing I like object-oriented. I used to think it was the way forward because when I started learning programming, object-oriented was the big thing. That was the thing that was the norm. It was literally everywhere, and there wasn't a whole lot besides that. Functional programming was starting to come up, but it wasn't that big a deal. Object-oriented has always been the one. And I even okay, I mentioned I was having some issues with the networking, so that's kind of missing from here because I'm on a different branch, but all the code inside of DataStruct, I didn't implement most of these. I implemented array and index map, which is just a dictionary without hashing. A hash map without hashing, so an indexed map. Kinda actually the thing that I'm doing right now. And those two I implemented only in C++. And I was like, oh my god, I fucking hate that I have to use C. It doesn't have all these convenient things, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, the guy who made this made an hash map 2 days ago. I believe the one that I'm using for the networking. And he asked me, like, do you need it to be in C or C++? Or both? And I'm like, actually just do C. Like, I don't want to bother with C++ anymore. I use C++ for my drivers. And in a bunch of other places, I had to convert C to C++ to be compatible with drivers. But besides that, I don't want to use it. For that matter, I don't even want to keep the drivers in C++. Are you self-taught or did you attend school? I am self-taught. I did attend school and then I dropped out because I barely learned any programming there. I took a grand total of 2 classes that were tangentially related to programming. And in both of them, they were like over 2 semesters. The first semester, we didn't touch a computer. It's like one of those meme teachers that are like, no, in order to learn programming, you need to do it without a computer first. Well, we weren't writing code in paper, by the way, which I also did. I wasn't talking about that. I just mean that we were just in a lecture room, just being vomited over concepts about programming that we didn't have. I understood because I already knew how to program. At that point, I had built a bunch of things, mostly apps, but that's about it. And it was just like teaching so many concepts that felt so abstract because we weren't actually applying them. And these are concepts that I already knew, but it was like, okay, what are you talking about? The size of, well, who cares about a bit if you don't put me in front of a computer and show me what the bit actually fucking does? Why are you teaching programming where the first 6 months of that are not, you're not allowed to touch a computer? That sounds stupid. That sounds really stupid to me. Also, you need to be formed into mathematics that maybe use computers later. Exactly. Into mathematicians that use computers later. Exactly. Yeah. To this day, I don't remember the last time I was like, God, am I glad I learned integrals. Boy, oh boy, integrals are really fucking useful for this thing that I'm doing right now. And mind you, integrals and derivatives are a little bit useful when you're doing stuff like, I don't know, noise functions for terrain generation, like implementing your own noise functions, which most people won't do, but I have done that. For that type of stuff, a derivative can be useful to understand conceptually how your function works. It's a very niche thing. Even most people in the games industry that have built games like AAA games have not messed with like the derivative of a noise function. They don't need to know that. They don't need to use the derivatives. It's useful to know, sure, in very specific cases. You know what else is very useful to know when you work with computers? Programming, scripting, fucking, I don't know what it's called, but like being able to use the terminal. Does that have a specific name? Um, is any of that taught? I don't know. It wasn't taught to me. It feels fucking useful if you're gonna work with computers. Sure, derivatives can be useful in specific cases. Again, I didn't do particularly well with derivatives, and that was years ago. So by the time that I was doing noise functions earlier this year, I didn't remember anything. I still was able to go by without needing that. I still was able to do that stuff without needing to remember the derivatives that I actually never passed that class. Whoops. So yeah, it can be useful, but like it's not in the top 10, 20, or 50 most useful concepts that you need to teach to anyone who is going to be working with any kind of computers on any level. On any level whatsoever. You have to prove the algorithm you want to use in your program is going to be correct before you let someone else implement it. Also hard that we were taught a humongous number of coding classes before they taught us Linux fundamentals like terminal and commands. You learned Linux commands? Impressed in your school's ability to have any kind of relevant information, to be completely honest. My school mostly used Windows, so like I don't blame them. I wasn't using Mac when I was in university. My Mac at the time was old, and I had to choose between a gaming computer and a new Mac, so I chose a gaming computer, so I was on Windows. But like, I don't know. It feels like useful information. It feels like you wanna teach people that type of stuff. Again, the average person who's going to be working with computers on a technical level, because obviously like a lot of people work with computers, like you don't need to know the terminal to send an email and make a PowerPoint, but like if you're going to be technical on any level, you're going to be a system administrator, you're going to be a programmer, you're going to be any of those things, you need to understand the very basics of how the computer works. You need to understand the very basics of how programming is useful, at the very least, I would say. Integrals are not. We learned C89 in 2020 and strictly prohibited from using C99. To be fair, this is C99 and I'm very okay with it. And the only reason I'm not using C89 is because it's a little bit too old. I'm okay with using a very well-known stable version of C. So I'm good with that. Like the Linux learning was part of our system is Linux. Here's a crash course. That's again better than I had. I have a few juniors at work. They still can't work it. They literally write CRUD API in Java and Python in one IDE. I genuinely like. See, the thing is, all my friends at university dropped out. It's not like I could tell you. It's not like my entire group dropped out. So it's not like I could tell you, oh, you know, they did okay with the knowledge that they received because they didn't fucking receive any knowledge. But like, I do wonder how the people that I wasn't friends with, that were learning entirely through university, and have probably graduated by now, I should fucking hope so because it's been several years, how are they doing if they took a job in programming? How's that going? Did they have to take additional courses or additional learning resources, wasting additional time to learn how to do anything practical with a computer? Studying microsystem technology and not computer science at our technical faculty. It was way more hands-on. See, that's the thing. I don't get it. Why is it not more hands-on? Again, these concepts are useful. I was given a class on operating systems. And by the way, I fucking tanked that class so bad. At one point, I had to take the exam at the professor's office because I was the only one taking it. I failed that class so fucking bad. You know when I actually understood a lot of the concepts that I was taught in that class? Not when I passed the exam. When I started building a fucking operating system. Which again, in just a few months, I was able to do that and understand the concepts that had been taught to me on such an abstract level that I just didn't give a shit about them. Like, oh, okay. So the operating system has memory management. Cool, cool, cool. And I care about that. Why? No reason. No reason. Guess when I started to care about memory management? When I made an operating system and I had to handle the memory management. Before that moment, it was just so abstract that I didn't care. And granted, I need to care about something to understand it. That's on me. But I don't know. I feel like we could make the knowledge taught in universities, especially with how much time and how much money you invest in them, because it depends country by country. In Italy, you have to pay like some taxes related to university. You don't really pay like tuition. Well, I don't know about private universities, but public universities, it's like that. So it's not like it was an insane amount of money invested in university. It was still years invested. I dropped out on the third year. So that was already 3 years that I invested in university with absolutely zero knowledge to show for it. I knew how to program before. I had made an app by that point. And that's really about it in terms of like anything commercial. But I did program every day. I was learning game development. I was doing all that stuff. But I genuinely couldn't tell you any knowledge that I got from university that I'm like, okay, I wouldn't have known this if it wasn't for university. Except for maybe building a compiler once. That wasn't even my university. That was when I was here in Spain as an exchange student. I don't think memory management is on you. See, memory management is not on 99.9% of programmers unless you want to do it yourself for whatever reason, or you're making your own operating system. So again, you can teach me about memory management to know how it works, because it's useful to understand how it works. Now that I understand how an operating system manages memory, I understand how my code in my user space code in someone else's operating system works better. So that's great. But I didn't learn that through university. I learned that through doing it myself. Because university taught me that on such an abstract and honestly boring way that it's just not useful. Because university will teach you it in the most, I don't want to call it pedantic, but let's say technical terms possible. because they have to give you all the little definitions, the technical explanations, the very precise explanations. Where if I explain how memory management works to you, it might only be like 95% accurate, but it's easier to understand. University cannot do that. It has to explain everything to you 100% accurate, even if it then becomes completely incomprehensible on any practical level. Doing my master's now. It's software engineering course, strictly about project management and planning, which is a skill I lack, so I'm fine with it. Yeah, that is a useful skill. But yeah, no, actually, I'm agreeing with the last comment. I haven't even seen those. They're specific courses usually, not masters. They're courses that are just taught to people who want to be like project managers and whatnot. I don't even want to talk about like corporate structure and project management and all that stuff. But yeah, that's usually the way that it goes. Haskell, oh, very useful. Fucking. By the way, the two programming languages that we were taught were Java and C. Incredible language. Oh, C is amazing, let me tell you. C is great. That's why I bothered to learn it when I was 14. Not in university in my second semester of the programming class. Java is useful-ish. I have to admit, Java is Java just smells like corporate. And I know I have defended Swift. I say I like programming in Swift. Swift is very corporate because Swift is made by Apple. And if you look at the Swift documentation, it is the most like it is the most corporate documentation website you're ever gonna see. Actually, wait, this is on Swift. I'm surprised it... Okay, yeah, it looks like this. It's fucking awful. But at least the language feels modern and fresh. Java just reeks of corporate. It just reeks of enterprise. Kind of like when I did my first actual job interview, I had been working mostly with C# because I had been doing Unity. So I was like, okay, the main language I know is C#. So I was like, all right, let me apply for a job in C#. And it was like, I go to this office. It was the most depressing enterprise level fucking corporate code interview ever. It came out of it like literally depressed. I was like, shit, is this really what I have to look forward to when it comes to working? Like, is this really the type of work that I'm gonna be doing? And the worst part is I ended up eventually like, I took the scenic route, but I ended up working at places like those. But it scared me so much that I took what little savings I had to buy the cheapest Mac I could and apply to Swift jobs. And that helped me get a pretty cool startup job. And I have been doing Swift primarily as a job since then. But Jesus Christ, I saw that and I was like, oh my god, this is... Am I really gonna be doing this for the rest of my life until I retire? Like, I don't think I can survive this. Alright, there's an ad on Twitch, so I'm gonna wait for that. But okay, I can't really shit hard on Java. It's what keeps my company running. It's what keeps most companies running. It mostly does that. It keeps companies running, and it keeps Minecraft running. What else is Java useful for? Enterprise software and Minecraft, because I don't know what the fuck Notch was thinking. when he made Minecraft in Java. Why haven't you tried embedded development path? I don't know what job opportunities I would have. Honestly, I would have gone for game development. But in Madrid, game development is not exactly a booming industry. And I'm assuming the same thing for embedded. Also, back then, I only kind of knew I liked low-level development. I didn't really know it. And honestly, I don't know if I would do it for a job. I like to do it as a hobby. I like to do it for this project. I'm starting to do it right. I like systems designing too, to be fair. I like systems in general. It doesn't have to be low level. Yeah, there are embedded jobs in Europe, but where in Europe? Systems architecture is pretty nice, I have to admit. It also depends on the system. There's certain systems that I look and I'm like, I would never want to bother with this. Okay, I hate the fact that this website is called Expat Jobs, but I'm trying to look it up in English so that 6-month freelance contract. I'm seeing the word AI immediately. Spain, Egypt. The fact that these jobs in Spain don't require Spanish. Again, I get that it's a website for expats, which I already have a problem with. First off, you calling yourself an expat and not an immigrant is a problem. HelloFresh has embedded programming? I don't know much about HelloFresh, but what do they need that for? Aerospace, defense, and high tech in Germany. And that's the only one that actually showed up in that website. Instead of the 48 embedded systems developer jobs in Spain, it's actually more like 367 embedded jobs in Spain. It's actually more like 1 in Germany. Large bank in India. See that. At the same time, like, I have to admit, I would not fucking want to do that. Did I interview for a bank? I feel like I interviewed for a bank at some point. I feel like I have vague memories of interviewing for a bank. Internal stuff at HelloFresh. Alright, I guess that makes sense. Kind of surprised that they would have their own embedded software. Why? Are they putting microchips in our food? Some people probably actually believe that they're doing that. No, I figured you weren't working at a bank in India. But, yeah, as to what embedded means, I wouldn't take it to mean Raspberry Pi. But I don't know. It really depends on what type of... Let me see if we can find any information on it. HelloFresh embedded systems developer. It can mean a lot of things, yeah. Culinary team. Okay, they actually use real pictures of their company, it seems like. So I was looking at a company that I worked for until 2020. Yesterday I was looking at their website, which is pulled straight up out of the 2000s. Their tech stack is also pulled from the 90s. It literally has not been updated since then. I sent it to I sent some pictures to some designer friends that I have, and they kind of wanted to block me. But after I sent them that, but all their pictures were just like stock images for their hiring page. At least these ones seem like they're actual people who work at the company. USB TCP. Okay, but you kind of did say that you work in electronics, so I get that type of stuff. I'm really trying to understand what embedded stuff HelloFresh needs. But okay, here it is. You have to scroll through this whole thing before you actually get to the jobs that they're hiring for. That is a good sign that things are going well. That's how you know. They're telling you about all the amazing things that their company has, and then at the end they tell you what they're looking for. That's how you know it's a good company. When they tell you about how they're a big family and they have coffee. What is HelloFresh.ai? Oh god, I'm scared of that. Engineering shift manager, junior maintenance engineer at night. Okay. Also, I was gonna say, like, why does your pitch to hire someone begin with this? Wholesome recipes to our customers. And then the actual job description starts here. But it's only this one. Not even the other sales representative thing says the same thing. They immediately say present our products and excite customers. Immediate, straight to the point, telling you what you're expected to do. This one is like, as we continue to deliver fresh, seasonal ingredients. Who the fuck asked? You've already told me all of this shit about what your company does. Oh, that is a modern corporate office if I've ever seen one. All right. How much are we ready to bet that they added it to Array Element 0 cards list? That's probably what happened, let's face it. How many times am I gonna receive 100 messages today in Restream chat? Why did that message come up twice? Okay, moving on. Our ECS, our X. Actually, let's not call it X. Our ECS system is nearly done. Almost everything happens through the ECS system with the exception of the possession. This is where ECS comes to be a little bit painful. Because my code for my logic for possessing objects used to be in the input system. You receive input. Who receives the input? If the player has possessed an object, that receives the input. If not, the player receives the input. Simple. It's gonna be simple as well, but we're gonna need to create a few more things to power it working the same way in ECS. We're gonna have to have a component for possession. Like I said before, possession does not necessarily mean just ghosts entering objects. Possession is a word that can be used for anything that receives input. So the player is going to have a possessed component, which can then be removed. The human can have a possessed component, which can then be removed. Okay. Oh, why do I have the cursors? When did that happen? And I have to manually put an active. It's going to be very useful here. That's it. That's all they're going to have. So these are kind of like tags. Because ECS also relies heavily on the concept of tags, which are components that you don't use the values inside the components, you just check if they have a component or not. In order to do that, right now we're using a flag called active. Because again, we're just using one array for holding components. So we're using this boolean. But I guess it's simple. So for the player, we're going to create a possessed component that actually does not need any initialization. It's simple like that. But won't you need to map who is possessing the possessed list? That reminds me, I forgot to add a player component. Again, one that just tags which one is the original player. Again, maybe I'll come up with a way to define these tags and these components to simply specify in an easier way than what we currently have. Who has a tag and who doesn't. I'm gonna call it isPlayer because I currently have this player object. I don't want confusion, and I'm trying to make the updates progressive. So the other component gets taken away from the player and put into the object, and then from the object into the player. This one is always going to be the same. Because it uniquely identifies who is the player. I'm also going to need to handle this, but let me just rewrite this whole code. See, this is the part where I was saying ECS sometimes can be a little bit harder conceptually to think about these types of things. I can easily create a has component. Hold on. Oh my god, how am I gonna do this? Okay, it shouldn't be too hard. Comp list EID. Actually, I don't even need to pass the component. I just need to pass the comp list EID active. If has component player EID, and which component is the possessed list. So that's where this comes in. We're checking for collision. The collision system is not moved over yet. And it's checking against a specific object too, which is not very helpful. But for the time being, that can stay like that. That is okay. We'll start progressively porting it over. The player has a component. Otherwise, it means that some other object has already been possessed. Um, okay, you know what? Let me port this piece by piece. Right now, I'm just trying to get rid of the player's reference to the possessed object. Actually, that should work. So if the player collides with, again, hard-coded which object it can collide with, then we're just gonna check that set tag obj_eid, which tag the possessed list to true. So set its possessed to true, and set the player's possessed to false. Then That doesn't really work like that, does it? Oh, maybe it does. Let's see. Set value of the player EID's movement acceleration to no, not quite. No? Movement player EID acceleration equal to 0. Yeah, so what's your problem with that? That actually expanded exactly to what I wanted to expand to. Hmm. What happens if I just movement? Right, it's actually movement list. Right, so that expands to movement list player EID. Movement list player EID acceleration to 0. You actually don't like that? Oh, damn. It's a vector, that's the problem. Right, let me see the non-macro version first. I'm pretty sure I'm not assigning from an int anymore. And this is... Okay, I'm pretty sure Clank crashed here. I think it did. Can you restart? What was the Control Shift X, Control Shift P? Restart language server. There we go. All right. Um. Then we can get a reference to. Hold on. Can I create do I create a new component for this? Do I keep the component that I have? Do I... Yeah, I'm gonna create a new component. See, this is the problem. Sometimes you have to create a lot of components. Possessor is not even a word. No, I think it is a word. It's just not a great word. It's a movie about an assassin who uses a brain implant to take take over other people's bodies. But besides that, also I forgot to type def an entity as a uint 8 t, the other way around. Or type def instead of tie def. So we're going to give the player a create component, player EID with a possessor list, no initializer. What's your damn problem? I forgot to add active to it. No, wait, like that. Targer? Damn it. Here. Okay. Now we can keep... Okay, so when we collide with an object, we possess it. We set it to possessed. We set the player to not possessed. We reset its acceleration, we make it invisible, and we set its target as the possessed object. Then we... Oh, my computer is working overtime today. My fans are working overtime today for whatever reason. When we want to let go of a possessed object, we're going to get its ID from here. We're going to set its possessed tag to false. We're going to update the player's... No. Again, kind of using a hack here. But that's the good thing of a... You are working overtime? Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, I'm not glad to hear that. I'm sad to hear that. Oh, good. You're working overtime? You're working on a weekend? Great. Capitalism at work. We fucking love to hear that. That's not what I meant. I meant the opposite of that. Okay, so the player's location getting updated to the possessed object's location, like we were doing here. The acceleration has already been reset, so we shouldn't have to do that. We can then reset the target to 0. Oh, we need to reserve entity 0. I forgot about that. And we make the player visible again. Okay, so it's still using two hacks here. The first one, hard coding the player. Like having a reference to the player to know, and the object that can be possessed, the only one that can be possessed. And the second one is having the player ID and the object ID as a global variable. Ideally, we wouldn't have those, but like I said, it's the good thing about a hybrid system, we can have both. However, I forgot, entity 0 should be should mean invalid entity. So we start counting at 1. Which means that the maximum number of entities is actually 255, not 256. But like I said, if this simple game goes beyond 255 entities, I've done something horribly wrong. I've overcomplicated the game way too much. And at that point, I'll have to implement a proper ECS management system. Ideally with the same interface, so you use the same macros, the same systems. The code can stay the same, but the behind the scenes components and how they're stored in memory and how they're accessed, that part is going to be different. What else did I have to do? There was one more thing. Oh yeah, when you make a system, you start counting at 1. That's the other thing. And I do want to use tags for get EID comp list so that when I update this to no longer work like this, but a different way behind the scenes, the interface through which you access it, which is the get value macro, stays the same. Ideally. Can't guarantee it, but could be. So there should be comp list EID prop, and we should be able to here, for example, do get value for the player ID movement list min acceleration. Jesus Christ, when will I learn to type? When is that gonna happen? Likewise, here we do get value. When is the ghost of someone who is able to type possess me? Alright, and then we're gonna create another set value with a value that assigns a value. And that one is gonna get used here. Oh, I did that wrong, didn't I? And again, ideally, I'll be able to get rid of this. I just need to understand how to Google what I need. That's the worst part about this. I know exactly what I need, I just don't know how to Google it. Set value with the ID, the property, the value, go to the end, put a parentheses, bam. All right. And now, the trigger accelerate will need to work with whichever object has the current possessed value. Could have a macro like this. My god, macros can literally turn C into another language. It's amazing. Where essentially I want to go through the list. No, 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 no. This one's a little bit more complicated than that. Because what I need to do is this. I can think of one way to do this. It's horrifying. It is absolutely horrifying. Fuck it, we're doing lambdas in C. I mean, ever since I looked at the Clay UI library and saw how they were using macros to hack C into doing shit that it's not supposed to do, I've just been doing the shit out of that. Like, okay, object-oriented, not my favorite, but guess what? Lambdas are pretty nice. They're useful. Maybe I should look into Zig or something like that. Okay, here we go. I have to do it. I'm about to do it. Does this... Because this expands too. Okay, no, that's actually... Oh, the problem was here all along. What is that? Is that an error or is that just red for some reason? It's an error, okay. So this expands to do for int, okay. If possessed list active while read event trigger accelerate and oh, I literally just forgot a... Okay, that's the problem. Okay, okay, okay. I literally just forgot a bracket. There was one more thing, I thought. Yeah. To bring the event inside. Isn't it the worst fucking thing I could have possibly done? Because it really feels like the worst fucking thing I could have possibly done. And yet... Shall we test it? If it's stupid and it works, it's probably still stupid. Well, let's not pretend. But if it's stupid and it fucking works, who are you to question my methods? Let me do that. I'm gonna do plenty of that because I still think this is stupid. But is that the entirety of the code? No, it isn't. We're using the hard-coded player EID here. Are we using the player anymore? Poor box got possessed so hard it makes me happy. I think I'm not using these structs anymore. So what happens if I get rid of the human one, the least used one? I'm gonna get some errors where I initialize it, obviously. Am I gonna get some errors anywhere else? Apparently not. Okay, before I do that though, let me stage, at the very least. Remove the human. Remove the allocation. Remove the assignments. And it works. Well, it compiles. Oh. It's a bit buggy. Quite buggy, I would say. Also, I'm pretty sure I never reactivated the AI system. Also, the entire like physics thing, call it physics, is quite a strong. Now the code is possessed. No, my networking code is possessed. I think this one's just buggy. But didn't I have code to quit the game? Oh yeah. I removed that. It's not the best because if there somehow isn't a player, then this is not gonna work. But yeah, I need to restructure. I need to restructure this entire thing. What the fuck is find unique, bro? Why does it work like that? That's not right. That's not right at all. I'm not that good of a macro hacker yet. Trigger accelerate, become event handler. Yes, that should probably be a better name for it. Although it takes a movement specifically. What I could do is, yeah, I'll restructure the code in a bit. Okay, hold on. What was I doing before I started thinking about this? What am I telling you to hold on for? Oh yeah, removing the human. All right. Yeah, it should be movement handler, but I'm thinking I make it an event handler and the find unique goes inside of that. It should be better, although it means that it will find a unique value every single time, so that's not amazing. But no, the AI system is active. The AI system is active. It bugged out, but that's just the physics, quote unquote physics bugging out. What's currently not working, I believe, is the AI system having a eye. It's the AI system having this. See, because it works with player possessed. That's no longer a thing. So it does probably work. Because AI didn't rely on human. It didn't. It gets past an AI and a movement. So it gets updated for everything that has an AI and a movement. The problem is it relied on reacting to the environmental changes. I want to do that with an event system, to be honest. I wanted to do that. What am I printing here? This print. Let me get rid of it because it's gonna cause issues. I'll bring it back once I'm actually debugging the fear system, which I will have to do. But we want to find a unique... Wait, find unique returns an integer. Or what does this mean? I don't know if it returns an integer. Also, it's defined below this, so kinda wouldn't be able to find it. I'll need to do some project organization to like move some stuff around because this doesn't make any sense. Okay, now it makes more sense. It doesn't return an int anymore. Ah, that was the default declaration thing that C somehow has for whatever reason. All right, so you find a unique possessed list. When you do, this indicates if the player has possessed something. Oh, that's get value for EID I. I is such a non-descriptive name. Jesus Christ, hold on. Let me at least call it UID. Or weed. Wait. No, not that. Maybe that. In the movement list, you're gonna look for its velocity. You're gonna access its Y component. And that's not gonna work. Okay. What are we complaining about? Even. If get value, UID movement list velocity, this closes that parentheses. Probably needs another parentheses, doesn't it? Yeah. Wait, does get value have a... Oh, that's not supposed to be there. None of those were supposed to be there. Okay, now it works as I expect it to work. If there is a Y value on the possessed object's movement list, then we're actually going to keep track of that. Hold on. If pos vel y, then pos vel y divided by Can I watch this live another time? Tomorrow, same time as today. Monday in the evening, about 2.5 hours from now. That's usually my schedule. Friday, same time as Monday. Sometimes I stream on weekdays as well. It depends. Also, I'm comparing the the maximum speed. Okay, I'm checking the velocity. And the max speed. Okay. And then we do the same thing for the pos-val on the x-axis. We compare the pos-val and the pos-max-val. Another better thing to do without using the player ID here is to use the possessor list. That's going to give us the UID for the player. And what we're going to do is we're going to check that the player has a target. And that target is the one we're going to use to access the component. That way we don't use the player ID. Should be cleaner. No, I forgot to update one. Where are you at? It's still not printing anything. So I feel like handle AI is not actually being called. Am I adding an AI to the human, I wonder? Did I do that part? I didn't do that part. I didn't do that part. Kinda hard to process components that aren't actually there. It's kind of still not working very well, but he's getting real scared. And now he's moving. Great. We successfully got rid of the human object. Now, can I get rid of the OBJ? I feel like I can't. I feel like I cannot do that yet because of the collision. Yeah, we're at the same point in terms of the AI being buggy. We're at the same point where we started before I started implementing ECS. So in that term, we're good. We're not good with the actual logic of it. We're not good with the physics movement logic, but the other thing is there. So I would say, yeah. The thing that I'm working on right now, good. The AI, bad. The movement, bad. But the ECS, good. Engine architecture, I feel like I want to figure that out before I continue doing this. Okay, so can I get rid of the player? Watch it light up red. No, not as much as I thought. Obviously, it complains about this, and this. And of course this. Besides that, here, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to move it upwards into here. Find unique. Let me move you alongside you all the way up. Eventually, I have to move them, you know, out of here. And now, instead of accessing the player through this, we access it through the transform list UID. Okay, good, good, good. There's still some errors here. The AI. Oh, I left this code here. I shouldn't have. Started as a VR dev intern. Interesting. Quit feeling stuck at times. It's pretty normal to feel stuck at times. Like, that's kind of part of it. The job that you're doing has technical challenges, a lot of different challenges, and it's very normal, I feel like. Same bug as before. Amazing. It's very normal to feel stuck. So, in a way, for that, I would say just normalize it. For that specifically. And just like, obviously you probably have some deadlines, you have some stuff to do and whatnot, but just don't push it too hard. Don't expect to have to do a ton of stuff immediately, to have to get everything done super fast. And just go at your own pace and you should be fine. Okay, there's an ad starting on Twitch, sadly. So we are gonna wait for that. I'm gonna take a 3-minute break while that runs. I'll be back in 3 minutes and finish this. And we're back. I remembered something. No, what was this? That may make my macros a lot cleaner. String guising operator. That's the one that turns it into a string. Token pasting operator. That's the one! Right? That's the one! 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 Alright. I remembered VARgs and I was like, wait, what is that operator it uses? Alright. 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 So, you don't have to pass the name of the list that you're going to be creating. No, this is create component. Hold on. Component is the one I want to edit first. Array name can now be name list. Yes! I think it works. I think it works. It feels like it works. That feels like it works. You can feel it in your bones when it works. And it looks like it works. So we can get rid of this. Which means that all the lists have to have the component name underscore list, but it removes a lot of double code that's kind of very shitty. Amazing. We're leveling up in our C macro hacking. I wish I... Oh wait, I do have my sunglasses here. My hacking sunglasses. Alright. Time to hack the C. So we don't need the component list anymore in all of these. We instead pass the component, and to the component we attach the list. Except all of these are now going to complain because it used to be possessed list, movement list, right list, 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 list. Shoop. A lot cleaner. There's one more. List are out of here. Oh wait, no, hold on. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. Joey from Hackers. You know, I've never seen Hackers. Maybe that's an activity for tonight. Hold on. He doesn't have sunglasses. Wait, which one is Joey? I am still streaming. I've been streaming for 3 hours and a half. Second parameter was list in these lines. In the ones that I undid. Here it's movement. Here it's list. The ones with the index. This one. Yeah, this one has to stay the same. I was wrong about that. Because then I'm trying to access the specific... Again, what I should do is get value there as well, to be honest. That's the correct way of doing that. Because like I said, once I implement... Again, the good thing about this is if I make the defines inside the... inside the engine, and then inside the engine I decide to change the way that I do memory management, ideally it'll be as not disruptive as possible for the player. For the person implementing the game. Because this is engine stuff. I'm just doing it within the game itself because I'm developing alongside the game. But eventually I'll move it to the engine. The engine right now is just a rendering loop and a setup. The Ghost game, no, you cannot really see it in the... in the operating system yet, since it is closed source, and I mean, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, definitely. I might have to watch this movie. Yeah, so the game is closed source, so none of this is open source. Although the engine ECS stuff that I'm doing will eventually be, once I decide to move it over. But I'll push a version of it once there's actually any gameplay. Ideally, I don't know about today, but tomorrow we can focus a little bit on gameplay. Since today we focused on architecture. Okay. Any more places to remove it from? I believe the set component. Oh, the make system. That's a big one. Can get rid of that. Make it like that. You can get rid of this. This. And these. And I believe the create component as well, which is another macro that has made its way lower than it should. These macros should all be at the top. Good, they're all at the top now. The create component doesn't need a list anymore. Blip, blip, blip. Makes the code a lot cleaner. What's right? The only problem is I cannot use the type def for sprite as spirit, so I guess that one's gone. How very sad. Whoop. Oh, bug. Bug is bugging. I don't know what that bug is. Yeah, I'll have to do a fair bit of debugging and then a fair bit of gameplay. But now that I have properly defined, maybe move in the correct direction. Damn it. That bug is happening more. Oh, god damn it. Why does it keep happening? That's an annoying one. That's not double input, is it? It feels like it is. Oh, Jesus. Alright. I guess we're gonna have to do some debugging. Get rid of that real quick, and then trust me, this is not even top 10 bugs. I mentioned earlier in networking syscalls that I was working on off stream, you have to have a printf, otherwise it crashes. The printf can even just be a literal, it doesn't matter. Just needs to be there. It needs to exist, otherwise it crashes. So, this is not even top 10. Unpossessed. You better happen again, okay? Yeah. Why is it immediately unpossessed? Oh, okay. Because this code goes above the other code. That one checks that you don't release the key. That it only handles when you press the key, not when you release it. Alright, now it works. Are you getting scared, buddy? Come on, I need you to be scared. Buddy, get scared. Come on. There we go. Now, fear meter is not gone. The print is gone, but the meter is there. It's just buggy as hell. You got OS dev videos. I said I was gonna make one either last week or this week. Well, the week that's coming up. On how to make apps for the system, but honestly, I should finish networking syscalls so I can include those. Maybe even consider inter-process communication and audio syscalls. So I might just do that instead and do a write-up instead. I feel like that's the best option instead of a full dedicated video. I still want to make a video on it, but once it's a little bit more stable. Because I'm going to add a bunch of new syscalls, I'm going to add a bunch of new functionality. While I'm doing that, it's not really worth it to make a video talking about the things that you can do in the system if I'm going to change it as I'm making the video and as immediately after I post it. So that video is going to be delayed, but most likely I'm just going to make like a wiki page on the project page that explains how to make apps and that I can just update. As well as, you know, documentation, which I've been saying since around July, I believe, that I was gonna do. I remember I started writing that documentation on a plane. That was mid-August. So I think I've been talking about it since July. And when I did it, I was like, oh shit, it's been a while. I should have started this way earlier. Since I said I was gonna do it and never did it. So... Wait, was it August or June? No, it was August. It was August, okay. Still, been procrastinating on that one long enough. But, you know, I've been too busy developing the system to actually document it. But documentation's useful. So, would be nice. Wait, we're not done. I removed the player. I didn't remove the object. And to do that, I would need to redesign the collision object. So I'm going to commit this. Because right now I'm checking the collision between the player and the object specifically. That's the only type of collision that I'm checking against. And I would want to check collision against all types of objects. So let me see what I can do. First off, I'm gonna have to create a new component. Now that it's super simple to create components, possessable. So there's a possessor, there's a possessed, and there's a possessable. Okay, don't get it wrong. It's a bit of a tongue twister, but don't get it wrong. And I'm gonna give it a level for the sake of it. I forgot that I typed def bool to boo, so kind of stupid because a lot of this code is going to be moved over, like copy pasted over into the engine, so it won't be boo anymore, but oh well. Like the player tag, oh, is player can now become actually just player, I think. Yeah. AI is probably not gonna come. Sprite, solid, movement, transform, player, possessed are all gonna move over to the engine. Do I need a player T anymore? I do not. Do I need a human T anymore? I do not. Incredible. We still need this one, but we're gonna get rid of it. All right. What we want to do. Macros. Hack for me one more time. We're gonna check a collision with a source, which is gonna be an ID, and a type. So we're not going to check collision against all objects. We're going to check collision against some objects that contain this type by just iterating through them. It's probably going to be an ugly little macro like find unique, but I guess it'll do. What is it going to do? It is going to check that the CID is not equal to the source, because obviously we don't want to check collisions against ourselves, otherwise we're going to find ourselves. Then we're going to check for the type list object that in the CID active, and if it is active, then we are going to yeah, it's gonna be an ugly little macro like the other one. and collide between the transform list for the source and the pretty sure these have to be addresses. Transform list of the CID. We're gonna execute an action. Yeah, I'll get to that. I'm finishing the macro first. Actually, it needs to go on every line. We want to check that the transform list for the source is active. And if not, we want to break out of this loop. And likewise, we want to check that the transform list CID is active. Estás de buen espíritu. Hello, CodeBrains. I've just hacked C to the point that I can have ECS. I can have generic functions. So I'm pretty happy. It's stupid as fuck, but it works. And I can always improve on it later. The more I learn about like hacking C with definitions and stuff and macros, the better it gets. Pretty happy about that. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna check collision between our weed and anything that has the possessable, at which point we're not gonna use the obj ID, but rather the CID. Actually, come to think of it, we didn't even need the obj was being used here. Okay. Macro madness. Exactly. When I saw Clay, like the UI library, this is one of the bugs that I also need to fix, but it happens so sporadically that you're never even prepared for when it happens, and it's easier to just restart the system. That didn't work. That didn't work. When I saw how Clay hacks together C in order to have like a declarative UI library, I was like, I need this. I need to learn how to do this. I need this power. I must gain this forbidden knowledge. And now I have. Okay. Let's see first of all with a simple print if an object has been found. And get rid of the fear. You mustn't fear. Nothing's found. Nothing's found. Okay, so first off, we want to check the player is found by checking the weed. I doubt that's failing because it's been working so far, but player found. Good, 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 good. Then Can you show me what it expands to? If the player's transform is not active, we don't... Oh, wait, hold the fuck on. You know what the problem is? I didn't add the component we're checking for. That's probably what the problem is. Now this level stuff, I'm obviously not doing anything with it. But again, I can make humans possessable in the future. Maybe. Does the actual possession have bugs? Yes. Does it work? Yes. Alright. So we no longer need this. Whoopsie. Gotta get rid of that. Rid of that. And rid of the allocation. And finally, we can get rid of the entire definition. And finally, we should be able to get rid of these. Global variables are gone. There's the whole thing running in ECS. Bye-bye globals, exactly. It is. Yeah, of course. Don't you have ECS in your operating system, Infinite Coder? No, I'm doing game development inside the system. I've said that, first off, I wanted to do something special for October. And something special ended up being literally the same thing that every other programmer on Twitch is doing. And literally yesterday I was looking for someone to raid that wasn't an operating system, a game developer. I ended up finding one. Honestly, I was so tired that I didn't even stick around, so I don't know. But I don't think he was doing operating system. God damn it. Game development. But it's a good way for me to know what's missing in my system, what isn't working well in my system, to build something practical on top of it. So I've already identified several things. When it comes to graphics, I identified that I don't have like blend functions for alpha. I had some input system issues. Remains to be seen if they're fixed or not. But you said you don't like ECS. What do you like instead? I wonder. Because I was researching operating... I'm so used to operating system development. I was researching game architectures, game engine architectures. And there's not a whole lot of information. Mostly I found one book. Outside of that book, there's not a whole lot. People just talk about ECS and that's it. And to be fair, the ECS that I'm doing is very, like, not... what do you call it? Strict in the rules that ECS follows. But so far it kind of is, except for the fact that sprites have a pointer to an image. So for saving and loading, that's not going to be amazing. But eventually we'll need to develop a whole sprite system, sprite animation system. So these are the sprites Probably be open here somewhere here. This is the sprite that I was working on. It's very dark. Can we turn off dark reader? And you can edit the different parts of it. I honestly don't like it all that much. I want to edit it a little bit more, but I was looking into how to make arms. That's not it. that's not a fucking arm. I don't know what that is. But anyway, you can edit it based on the layers. So you can remove this, add legs instead, and feet. I feel like I fixed this. Now it's back to not being fixed. You should be able to move the eyes around. No, not those. I fail. Okay, yesterday I didn't remember the name of this. It's called pupils. So you should be able to edit these. So I'll have to create a whole like sprite animation system. And I'll have to create arms. You'll do OS Dev tomorrow. Because I got voted. Interesting. Why Boo? Boo instead of Bull? Because it's for Halloween. So Boo. That's just a stupid little definition I did for this. Wait, okay, so it was between operating system development and what? What was the other option? No, actually, in transform, movement, solid, sprite, and player, it's gonna have to become bool again because these are going to the game engine, and the game engine is not Halloween themed. No, I didn't say that as the reason. The reason for it being called Boo instead of Bool is just because it's for Halloween. That's it. That's the entire reason behind it. Define true as rent. 1 in a 32,000 chance it'll fail. Oh my god. That would be so evil. It's funny because my definition of Boolean, for example, and Doom's definition of Boolean was slightly different. They use an enum. I use a define. An enum is 32 bits. So it was leading to issues in the way that the walls rendered, and only the walls. Every other texture was loading fine. That one was failing because the Boolean size was different. So, something that can happen. OS Dev, Satan kernel, compiler dev, Orco my beloved, portfolio web dev, and just chatting kind of joke. That could be a project, just chatting, just yap for 4 hours straight. That's a challenge. Not for me, it seems. I just get in front of a microphone, I cannot shut up, but hey. Unless there's a big bug and I need to concentrate, I cannot shut up. But for 4 hours straight, without a specific topic to talk about, could be a challenge. All right, globals are unglobaled. The booth thing, I literally just did it here. Me staring at chat until somebody redeems something. It's the do something meme. It's just you doing this to the chat until something happens. Can't wait to do eye animations. I've never I've never done 2D development. I'm actually gonna bring bool back here, 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 and here, because like I said, these are going to the engine. Also player, we're moving you up. So everything above here is for the engine. I also have this type def for sprite into spirit. Sadly, that one's not gonna happen. Because that's a trade-off of using these component macros. Why define bool as an int or an enum instead of a underscore bool? Is that standard for C? Surprisingly, yes. Isn't that just I don't know about native bool type. Isn't it just... Oh, it's been deprecated. Interesting. Yes, it's not part of the language though. It's part of the standard library, which I'm not using. It is in C99 only though. Did I start with C89, I wonder? And then I moved to 99? I don't remember the exact reason why I was like, okay, we're just gonna define it. Can't remember. Actually, I think if anything, I went from a higher version to a lower version. C17? No, that might be. But yeah, it was also deprecated. But again, I don't remember the exact reason. Maybe I just thought it was part of the standard library or whatever. I don't know. Kind of surprising if you think about it that... Oh, also, what's its size? Yeah, that's another question. Typically, but not necessarily one. Why can you not agree on that? Also, I'm not gonna lie, there are some places in which I don't know if I do it, but I like having the option where a bool can be anything other than one. Just as long as it's not 0. That kind of stuff. In if statements, I use it all the time. All right. None of that matters. We've fully moved away then from globals. Been a while since that one happened. In C++, it's 2 bits, 2 bytes. What? Why? I don't know about code reorganization yet, because if you're talking about moving stuff to the engine and whatnot, we're gonna wait a little bit for that one. Although, reorganizing the game code. I mean, I already did the part where I moved everything where it's gonna be. Oh, if you cast it becomes 1 regardless. Okay. This is the one part that I want to change. I'm creating functions that then get turned into other functions. So with a little bit more, again, this can turn into system. So the make system macro. It's a void name. Okay. I did consider using C++, but I don't want to do that. I did consider it, but immediately the answer was no. Not gonna lie, I do use C++ extensively in the system, but the more I have built it, the less I want to use C++, and the more fun I'm having just pushing C to its limits. Also C++ is only okay. Even Casey Muratori uses C++ features. Really? Makes again. You wouldn't need all these macros. You could just have functions. But guess what? I don't need functions when I have macros. We're trying to push the engine to its limits. Well, the system to its limits. So no, I think this is fine. I think the systems, the way that they work, are fine. However, no, I don't want to type def it. Yeah, okay, I can type def it. A void function I hope this is I'm not gonna look up the syntax. I'm gonna try to remember it. That takes in a float called delta time. That is entirely wrong, isn't it? Is called a... That's entirely wrong. All right. Let me see how these functions are usually defined. No, it literally had one right here. No, I was not wrong. No parentheses around the void. Okay. Very close. Very close. Again, because the way that the engine works right now, we're not bothering with memory management all that much. Which means there's a grand total of almost 0 allocations within the game once it's running. The only allocations that are happening are for the sprites. Which again, if I create a sprite template system, an animation system, won't even be needed anymore. I don't know how to do that. It's not the big priority right now. Today it's systems development. Tomorrow we're going to have to focus on the AI a little bit, on fixing the issues that it's having, fixing the issues that the input is having, and actually building the game. The very basics of the game. That is the scaring people thing. Game systems is going to be a sys function array of max systems. And a syscount. And then at the end of this, game systems syscount plus plus. Don't feel like that was right. Type specifier missing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Leave the game as an Easter egg in the OS. If you type boo during boot, it drops into the game. Interesting. But you mean if you type boot during boo? I mean boo during boo, not during boot. Okay, we'll most likely need a register systems step. Which is what I was trying to avoid, but because that is a global code, that's not okay. That is not okay. Don't think there's anything I can do about that. Oh, did I not? Shit. That was part of the previous commit. Did I already push? Hope not. Seems like I didn't. Okay. So the macro is not gonna work. But instead, we're just gonna have a... Where's the setup? Here. This is also going with the game engine. Alright, maybe I should do some code organization because it's all in one file right now. Maybe you've got a point. I guess. I'm still gonna make a fucking macro. Okay, which systems? The movement system? The AI system? Pretty much the ones that are being called from here. AI, movement, solid, and sprite. The three states of matter. Hello, Talal. The update can now handle, instead of all of this, wait. The way that it works in other engines is you have them layered. Okay, there we go. So you have like logic systems, and you have render systems, and you have physics systems, all of which run at different refresh speeds. So some of them don't run every frame, some of them only run every once in a while or whatever. So ideally, we separate them a little bit. So you need to register a system, and you need to register a level. So you and you go in logic, and you go in render. So then I can do hold on. There need to be two system counts. How is there an ad already? Level. Okay, so this actually goes up to level sys count. This goes to level list, no, systems. Object.index I. You just run it with a delta time, which gets passed in from here. Shwip, shwip, shwip. And then instead of this, we just do run systems logic. Doesn't work. And run systems render the t. Oh, I misspelled it. I misspelled delta time as delta rhyme. That probably caused some issues. Now it works. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the ad to finish on Twitch, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. We'll test this. I think that's about it for game engine architecture, but I am gonna organize the code a little bit. All right, we're back. Which ads are targeted towards Gen Z are you watching? What did you get the privilege of witnessing today? Not that any advertisement targeted towards Gen Z is even a tiny little bit accurate, but that's besides the point. Oh, 405. No, yeah, but what were they about? Or what was happening in them? You can feel free to have your old man yells at cloud moment in my chat. Privilege of a sub. That's true. That's true. There's always subscription. It's been a while Honestly, since I've even had time to watch Twitch. But the times that I have watched, I used to always get this esports ad. It's been about a month since I saw it, to be fair. Maybe now I'm getting new ones that I'm just completely forgetting, but I used to get this esports ad. I don't even remember it. It was just really stupid. I remember that much. All right. So, are the systems systeming? I didn't actually check this. I forgot there was an ad. So I stopped, but we're correctly positioning. Oh, and by the way, now we no longer get to decide who goes above and who goes below in terms of rendering. That kind of sucks. Because the player gets placed afterwards. Whereas before they used to get placed before because they were created. Well, because I was choosing that they get placed afterwards. I could implement a Z rendering system. But I cannot be bothered with that right now, to be honest. There's one thing I'm not sure if it worked. And it's moving after unpossessing. Nope. Although it's cute that the ghost is now peeking from behind the object. Actually, I might not mind it. The ghost is in the back. It's in the background of everything. Except, you know, you're playing as the ghost, and if there's a big object, you don't see your ghost behind the object. So I will need to implement some levels of stuff, but... Right. There was an ad for a Canadian bank that used the word adulting. As if getting a debit card is some big thing for Gen Zers. They even use debit cards. Funniest thing is I feel like the word adulting, I've mostly only heard millennials say it. Which is accurate because an ad targeted towards Gen Z is actually not for Gen Z. It's possessing and controlling the object, yes, but it's not taking possession of itself back afterwards. So most likely that ad was made by millennials with millennial slang, and they don't I forgot the end of that sentence, but I think you can understand it. I have a question. Did I never test what happens after unpossessing? Or how did it work before? Because the tag to make the player be possessed again was not there. Without that, no one was at the wheel. Or rather, there was no wheel. The input is still buggy. We didn't test it today? Okay, that makes sense. I genuinely didn't bother testing that, and the whole thing was missing. I feel like I tested it early on before I redesigned the entire engine. So that makes sense. Okay. So, cool. Now the update. It's a very simple update system. Cool. However, we now need to do some code moving because we have 300 lines of code all in one file. That is unacceptable. So let's create an x.h. Wait, x.h. It's going to be pragma once. It is going to include the engine. It is going to define a register systems. And I believe that's all it is going to define. Its implementation is going to no, hold on. It needs to define one more function. Create entities. Everything else is going to be defined by systems and by components and by their way of working. Oh, I removed the definition of engine, so now it was okay. Now you need to take ECS.h now. HIO for assets. I'm not at the point of bothering with assets just yet. I just did the other one just to see what it was like. But yeah, I'm not at that point yet. I should look into how they do sprite animation, because I genuinely... They just do this, pretty much. Right? It's like... Yeah. I believe. I don't know. Let me see. Sorry, but I am just downloading your project for a test. I want to download the animation. Thank you for making it though, August. Do I need to press anything else? Because I don't feel like that downloaded. I feel like it's still not downloading. Cool. So neither one is working. Oh, Lord. I love the modern internet. Can't you tell from my very lively and happy voice how much I love the modern internet? Everything has an extra layer of complexity, but it is necessary. It makes everything work so well. For the love of God. Sorry, August, but I'm not downloading your sprite pack. Right, this one's also animated. Check your pop-up blocker. Doesn't feel like any pop-ups were blocked. Unless... shouldn't you ask? No. It doesn't ask. You can either allow them or not allow them. What I said still stands, to be honest. Please, for the love of God. Can it just work? They want me to download the desktop app? Let me guess, the desktop app doesn't work on Linux? Do I even have any other browsers? I don't. It's just this one or nothing. Also, I like this one. It's a ghost. Just leave it open for a few seconds. All right, we're gonna wait here. If you're on my Discord and you can share it there, that would be really helpful. Because this is not fucking working. Do I not have any other browsers? Nope. Oh, don't download it. Discord on an office laptop. Don't worry about it. Alright, look. I just want to see the way that... Because I really don't want to download it to use it. This is literally all I wanted to see. An animated sprite. The way... I'm not installing Chromium for this. Oh, you want your tech team, alright. No, but it's okay. All I needed to see was this. I'm good with seeing this. So animated sprites are usually laid out like this. You have a... Actually, I have my own animated sprite. It's on a different computer, so it doesn't... kind of defeats the purpose of what I was going to say. Of showing it, I mean. But the animated sprite is done like slices. Obviously, like vertical and horizontal slices, where each little cell is a different... Is that 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not entirely sure about... Okay, this one doesn't align on a pixel boundary, but I feel like mostly it's okay. Yeah, so essentially divides into these cells, and then you just choose which one to display. That's interesting. Definitely. But with this, see, that's why I was interested in doing some compositing on site. So where essentially each layer of my image so these layers, like the mouth, the feet, the eyes. Okay, maybe the eyes should stay. Well, actually, it can look kind of cute. It all gets composited into the image that the engine loads, and then it can swap them out. It can do some very basic operations on them, like for example, nope, moving the eyes like this. So I feel like traditional sprites are not really set up for that type of stuff. And I'm honestly way more interested in playing around with stuff like that, just for the sake of it, just for the sake of seeing where I can take it, than I'm interested in making the game look good, like it was made by someone who is slightly competent at art. So, in that sense, I would want to have a sprite system that is, you know, a little bit smart in that sense, as opposed to just being like each tile is a different animation. Have it be like each section You can composite the image by putting multiple sections on top of each other and by slightly moving sections. Okay, maybe not this much. That would be slightly moving sections. All right. So that is the main reason why I don't want to use an existing sprite. Because I want to play around with layers and stuff. Just for the sake of it, just because this game is probably not going to be like a big thing. Starting with the fact that it runs on an operating system that, you know. Yeah, you can also like composite existing sprites. The thing is that most of them are not set up for that. So I wouldn't have to look at specific assets. But yeah, I just want to play around with compositing a little bit. I want to play around with animation systems like those a little bit. And taking advantage of the fact that it's a game so niche that you and I won't play. All right. Let's begin. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, you do need an entire niche OS to run the game, so I don't care if I'm doing like something that isn't super compatible with most sprites out there. But that means I won't be able to use most sprites out there. And that's okay with me. All right, you're gonna be booleans. Just in case you fail. So you can return. And then the setup is going to now become create entities and register systems needs to return true. So my game engine is kind of becoming layered. If you want to use ECS, you use ECS.h and you declare the functions that it tells you to declare. If you don't, no problem. The update function is next. Instead of declaring it inside here, we're going to declare it inside here. But thanks for sharing the sprites. I'll look at them in a second. Oh, let me open Discord. I don't know why I have two Discords on this computer. Oh, there's a new update. Oh my god. Well, did it download the tab? Oh, it automatically applies it. You don't have to open it. It's just unable to download them itself, I guess. I don't know what's going on there. But, all right, let's look at those. Oh, I already opened them. Oh, they're GIFs. All right. So, no, I wanted the other one. a sprite. What is this file format? A separite. The Aseperite. It's on Steam. Interesting. Discord is a trash app. Just yesterday I was looking at React and complaining a little bit about it. And Discord is like one of the biggest apps built in React. And you can fucking tell. From how shitty it is, you can fucking tell. Alright, here's the thing. I am moving the logic to ECS, but some stuff still needs to run manually. Like clearing the screen. There's not an entire system for that. And because the engine currently doesn't have any rendering capabilities by itself, it relies on the system's rendering capabilities. And same for input. Then this and this are going to go into a manual render. And manual logic, which are going to be defined in this header, accessed by ECS, but declared by main. Or actually, like, implemented by main. Manual logic. Don't worry, I'll fix those in a minute. libasprite is the open source version. Interesting. I just want to know what their file format is. Obviously, I want to do the stuff that I mentioned, but like, ideally, I would do it following what people are already doing. I am using that import. Shut the fuck up. Like, I'm actually not using it in here. I'm just using it so I can pass it down here, but yeah. I will be using it, okay? So don't complain. This goes in here, so does this. But the type def goes out. So all of these can now go in here. It's the opposite of Discord. All right, Max Systems. Where is that declared? Oh. Yeah, no, the systems still need to be made available externally. So, whoop. Damn it. And accounts as well, but you do need it. You do need it. Okay. All right, so that fixes the compilation errors. Now you have just the manual logic, the manual render, the main function, the event handler. You create your entities, you register your systems, you declare your systems. This is coming with me. So the actual engine itself is like, the actual ECS is like 3 functions and a million macros. All right. On top of that, I want to create an ECS core.h, which is simply gonna hold all of these components from here to here. It's going to include some basic transforms, and you are now going to include ECS core instead of ECS. But it has a problem. Image info. See, the sprite shouldn't have image information, but, well, image information it's allowed to have. What it's not allowed to have is... can I do a forward declaration of it? Is it type def? No, not quite. How do you do a forward declaration in C? Oh, just struct, not type def. I know it has an incomplete type. That's the entire reason why I'm making it a forward declaration. Alright, but it doesn't matter. This is not going to actually hold that information, so... eventually. Right now it will. You sure about that? Type def? Still incomplete type. It doesn't matter, you know what? I'm just gonna include image.h. Doesn't matter. It's not super decoupled from the engine. But once I move it to the engine, I'm gonna put a to-do here. Because the engine is supposed to be platform agnostic. It uses the same like design paradigms that my system uses, but technically you can implement them with a compatibility layer with something that Linux or Mac or Windows also uses. It needs to be a pointer. Yeah, that's exactly why I just did it like that. It's really just a width and a height, so it hardly matters. Okay, what else needs to move with you? Most of these systems. The rendering system, the movement system, all of these actually. The AI system doesn't. That one is specific, but all of these need to move into the ECS core. And they use a context. They use a context. They use a context. All right. Should I just pass the context manually? Okay, I'm gonna keep them where they were for the time being. Or no, hold on. The render systems should use, in fact, a context to render into. So that makes sense. I was considering actually doing that for Jester. He's not here right now, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so so this is specific. How movement happens is not part of the ECS core. It's part of the specific game. So that part is going to stay with us. The other part, the movement system. Not the movement system, the rendering systems. Tiny important thing. Rendering systems need to have a specific type. So, kind of important. So you use a logic sys function, you use a render sys function. Simple, but now the make system macro needs to be updated. For a make render system and a make logic system, where you call the function with a context. Yes, 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 yes. I think so. So you and you will take a draw CTX, CTX. So now you have a reference to that. But of course, you don't make system, you make render system. And you must pass the context so the context goes to be a part of this. Code refactors like these can be a little bit what the fuck is going on to viewers, but sorry about that. I'm essentially just moving code around and making sure that it's all valid. What did I call these? The logic and render sys functions. So this doesn't use run systems anymore. It uses run logic and run render with CTX DX. Jester, come. You're being requested. What was the order of that thing? Level. Okay, I forgot. The context needs to be passed in here. Hey, Jester. Hey, buddy. Hello. Get on the bed. You're being asked. You're being requested as entertainment. Here he is. There's his butt. There's his face. Let me move a little bit. I'm back on the big chair. To be fair, passing the level is no longer needed. For that matter, this and this are no longer needed. Level sys count. Wait, what do you mean level sys count? Oh, okay, hold on. Level sys count is now logic. Logic. Render. Render. I told you what I wanted. I just wanted attention. Well, I need you to give people attention. Also, he has dinner in 4 minutes. So we're going to take a break. We're going to give him a little bit of privacy for that. Also, because besides ad breaks, I haven't taken breaks. All right. So AI is a logic system. Movement is a logic system. And you get past a draw context. Rats on the menu. Dog food. Sorry, Jester. Manual render needs to take in a draw context. Like that. We're still gonna make that available through here. All right. That should fix everything. Hold on. The movement system and the clamping systems should be separate. So, but not the clamping. I'm gonna create a new clamp movement function. a clamp movement system that uses this function and also is getting registered as a logic system. Okay. That probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. But now I have the game engine running in one place. I have the game logic from here. It's still quite extensive. It's still almost 200 lines of code, but it's all actually a very big part of that is this, just the setup of the entities, which I hope to make more elegant in the future. Oh, collision code. Collision code should not be with us. You should be here in ECS core. Wait. I'm not fully done. Alright, Jester should be eating any second now. Gotta move that chair too. There it is. Alright, I'll be back when he's done eating. So, couple minutes. I'll finish this redesign. Refactor, I guess. All right, ads are over. Hello, hero. And I do believe I have refactored everything correctly. The problem is this collide code. I moved over here. I think we're good. Let me test. And then explain the project organization once I'm sure that I've actually done it right. Looks good. Oh. Looks good. Oh. Be scared, bitch. You're not scared? Why are you not scared? You're new here. How much did you miss? A few months of operating system development that culminated in me making a ghost game. So I'm doing operating system development, but there it is, okay. I'm doing operating system development, but the system has reached a point in which I wanna start developing stuff on top of it, which tells me what's missing from the system. So I decided in the month of October to dedicate some time to game development and do a little ghost game. Just a ghost possessing objects and scaring people. And I had a very basic implementation of a game engine, which was just a loop, with the possibility of also limiting that loop to specific frame rates, as delta time and stuff like that. That's pretty much it. Super basic game engine. Now, of course, it was super basic because there wasn't anything happening on top of that. All I did was build a Pong game in one day. I haven't touched it since then, to be honest. So again, in the same way that I'm building a game to further develop the operating system, I'm also building a game engine, and the game helps me develop the operating system more. So I just designed it. So I just added ECS architecture, which is a layer on top of the first part of the game engine. The game engine core is just a game loop. It expects you to run an update function and a setup function, and a get render context functions. The second layer handles that. And now it handles creating systems for ECS, creating entities for ECS, running logic, rendering, eventually physics and whatnot. You know, once I have a physics engine, which is just a little bit of an entire other fucking project, which I've never done before. And then I have the game built on top of all of that. DSL written in C preprocessing language. Yes, also the entire thing, the entire ECS layer of the game engine is built by just hacking things together in the C preprocessor. Hey, Gods Arthur. So it's not the most elegant in some places. Like, it's essentially using some lambdas in some places, which is not amazing. We're doing functional programming in C, everybody. We're doing fucking functional programming in C. Who said C is an antiquated language? It doesn't have new features. Fuck that. Look at that. We have fucking lambdas in C now. All right. So the game, hold on. There is one tiny aspect of the game engine that I didn't do. Map, reduce, and other functional programming operations. That's not gonna be difficult to do. I don't need them right now. Otherwise, I could do it anytime. I can do it anytime. Right, so you possess an object, and then you can still move once you unpossess the object. Ooh. All right. I say game of the year. I say Silksong Who. When you got Ghost Game, why would you waste your time playing Silksong? Why would you waste your time with fucking GTA 6? GTA 6 was delayed to next year. Was this game delayed to next year? No. Here it is right now. Silksong took 8 years, I believe, to come out. How long is this game taking? It's not out. It's literally existent since Wednesday, but I mean, hey Jester, hello. We're walking in a bit, don't worry. No DEI, no GOTY. You don't know the ghosts. Actually, the ghost is gay, just FYI. Because I was picking a color palette. Okay, these pinks weren't here before, but I was picking a color palette, and all the color palettes looked like various LGBT flags, and I picked the gay one. So the ghost is gay, even though he is literally just black and white. And this isn't even the ghost. Wait, shit! I built both the ghost and the human off the same sprite, so they're both gay. We'll add romance next time. We'll add romance tomorrow. You can possess a cabinet and scare them, or you can possess their heart. Alright, so we reduced the amount of lines of code quite a bit. And again, most of the lines of code that are left here are just for creating the entity. Alright. I would say that's good. Eventually, ECS will make its way to the game engine, so that part will be open source. So all these 3 files will be open source. This one will not. You know, with the amazing, super broken AI. Sorry, but you can't have that code. Gotta keep some stuff to myself. The preprocessor genuinely impressed me. That you can do this much stuff. We literally have fucking functional programming functions in C now. I wonder if you can make C look like another language by just hacking the shit out of it with preprocessor shit. Who said anything about I mean, MX in chat was doing a translator yesterday. So, challenge for you, MX. Instead of doing a translator from your language into C, do it all with defines. Or I guess that's a challenge for me because I'm the one who was doing it, but whatever. That was my camera cover that just fell. I don't know where it fell. Okay, here it is. All right. Let me take a little bit of time to try and fix the logic today. So tomorrow we can make the AI a little bit more complex. Decide how it's gonna work. Build the actual game. Macros to make the C source code look like Pascal. Jesus! Do brainfuck compilers with C preprocessor defines easy 1 million views. I could easily make a video about I made functional programming in C with preprocessor. Your language starts, there are no compiling errors. Yeah, but you're doing it with translation. What I'm saying is that you can do it with just defines within C itself, within the preprocessor. See, I wanted to have Swift UI. Swift UI is probably the best UI system I have worked with, I'm not gonna lie. Clay comes real fucking close to its syntax. And obviously my UI system was heavily inspired in how Clay does it. But it comes real fucking close in its syntax. In the way that you do things. They work very similar. A nested function is a function that's defined inside another function. Nested functions are supported as an extension in new, but are not supported by new C++. Interesting. Those are lambdas, my brother. Those are lambdas. Amazing. See, on the one hand, I want to say, oh, I don't want to, like, limit myself to one compiler. On the other hand, I want to say, yes, I do. I don't give a shit. Also, GCC is pretty common. Can you please stop staring at me? Thank you. All right. It might be... Did I close the tab? I didn't mean to close the tab. I might actually use it. Sure. Dark Reader back on. Didn't really work. All right. I'm going to fix the AI logic. Why does my hair keep getting in my face? Where are my sunglasses? Here. These plastic ass thingies. I'm scared to go outside with these when there's wind because they could literally just blow them off my head. You doing good? Hey buddy, how are you? Alright, hold on. He's petting me. I need a minute. Hi. I do wonder, however, how portable the code that I wrote, like today, for example, is to other compilers. Makes you wonder. Because it would be ideal, like I said, to be able to use the game engine at least on cross-compatibility with other systems. And the engine itself is designed to allow that, even though the paradigm that they use for rendering the glasses fly and fly, and then there are some towers, 2 towers. Oh, Jesus. He's still petting me. He's still petting me, by the way. So yeah, I would be interested in like making the game engine cross-platform. Speaking of which, I actually lost my other sunglasses. The ones that I usually have, the ones that I use the most, magically disappeared. In the same way that my allergy pills magically disappeared. I still haven't found them. I've cleaned my entire house twice, I believe, since I lost them. They're gone. They're fucking gone. The allergy pills. The sunglasses I lost 2 days ago. They're slightly more expensive than I lost them like 2 days ago, not 24 years ago. Yeah. 24. Um, they're slightly more expensive than allergy pills. Slightly harder to replace. So, very sad. I'm not a time traveler. They're time travelers. I didn't do anything. All right. Their memory was deallocated. Genuinely, like, I fucking hate losing things because it's so fucking stupid. What do you mean you were here and now you're not? What do you mean? Okay, I want to log the velocity of the possessed object. Because there's something weird going on there. Sunglasses, I think, were expensive because they were Balenciaga, not because they were time travelers. Slugging the velocity always at 0. That's not an amazing start. Hold on. Was it always appearing? No, it doesn't always appear, okay. It only appears once you possess the object, so that makes sense. Probably because of integer divisions. Which integer divisions, though? This is a vector 2, which is the float. And it does have velocity because it is updating the speed. So that's not... Motherfucker. Wait, no, not on the x-axis. On the y-axis. I wasn't logging the whole thing. I was logging probably the first value, which is x. Alright, there's velocity. Okay, so velocity doesn't get clamped. Also, yeah, when the fear happens... Let me just remove it so I can test this as much as I want. That's not even the first time this has happened today, by the way. It's at maximum velocity. Okay, when it reaches the top, we're clamping the position, but we're not lowering the velocity. And you go here. All right. So I don't think it's wrong. I just think I need to put a handle on this. we should be able to clamp the velocity on the x-axis to 0. But won't that forever slow them down? Pretty sure it will. That's kind of why I didn't want to do this yesterday. No? Okay. You're still able to move. Yeah, probably that's the best option to do it. Okay. If it is equal to 0 or to this, but also now it's staying up there though. I mean, it works better. Use a separate if for 0 with height. I don't. It should be correct. But here oh, okay, I understand what you're saying. All right. So this is going up. No. This is going down. This, well, down, left. Wait, am I doing it correct? Okay, hold on. If the T2 location is 0 and the velocity is less than 0, we're gonna reset. Whereas if we're on the other side and the velocity is more than 0, we're gonna reset. And we're gonna do the same thing if the expression did not turn out as big as I expected it to. It's only a little bit bigger than it was. Yep, that's a lot better. Let me register the AI system after the clamping system, because that one's having a few issues there. Perfect. All right, but there is still something. Fear only begins increasing once this value reaches 1, because we're using a lerp function. But the lerp function on a very low value with an even lower value here. Let me try like this. This should give us better results. No, it doesn't. Okay, so let's not use a lerp function for this. Let's just make it a lot simpler. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god. I'm using abs, which is absolute integer, not float. The amount of times that I've had this in actual engines. Though it still happens. Am I assigning? Yeah, I meant to increase. Okay, so we scared him half to death already. I like this one more. Times delta time divided by 5, which I also think those two were inverted before. It scared him more if he moved sideways. This is pretty fucking scary, I gotta say. Also, they get scared too fast. Alright, that should scare him enough. That seems good. Alright, I'd say AI fixed as well. Great. Last thing, for fun, we're gonna create a new component. Fleeing. It needs to have the bool active. I still haven't been able to get rid of this one. This part of the macro, but good enough for now. When the AI is fleeing, we're gonna add that to its component. Set tag. You know what's funny? The systems don't have a reference to the current object ID that they're working with. Quite interesting. So let me give them that. That's in the macro, I believe. No, where? Which macro? This one. This one. No, not there. Hold on. Here, here, and here have a reference to it. And then here and move here have a reference to it. Okay. Interesting that that wasn't there before. I hadn't needed it until now, I guess. If get tag, oh, just get value, I guess. For the EID for fleeing, I guess let me actually just create a get tag. We don't do anything. Gonna let buddy boy over there completely escape. Get fucking scared, bitch. Look at this. It's a flying rectangle, bitch. Why are you not scared? Damn it. Oh shit, hold on. Hold on. I did that entirely wrong. This isn't just clamping location. This is assigning location and then clamping it. You're not supposed to fucking do that. The movement system is supposed to do that without any clamping to it. The clamping is handled by a separate system, which gets disabled specifically. Let me check first that it doesn't get disabled for others. Okay, we're good. Get fucking scared, bitch. Terrified, bitch. Get out of here. Oh, come on. Velocity gets clamped to acceleration, to its maximum speed. That's okay. Hey G Studios. Yeah, you missed a lot of ECS development, I guess. Yeah, you're not doing anything. You're just a clamping system. Is it the sprite rendering system that's doing that? No. No, it isn't. All right, time for some logging. Oh, it's a float, it's a float, it's a float, it's a float. Gotta fix that rendering bug. Get scared, motherfucker. Floating boxes. Minus 50. So who's clamping you? Hold on, is it actually increasing? Yeah. Where else am I clamping? I'm clamping the velocity to the maximum speed. I'm clamping this. That's it. I just have the math header open. But this is not being called. I don't know about this. Let me do the same thing that I'm doing here. Now, here. Except fleeing doesn't exist. So, oh god. It's not really a possibility for you, is it? Well, lucky for me, I know the EID is gonna be 3. Because it's the third object created. So I can just, you know, hack it a little bit. Why am I sitting like that? Um, Feels like I got the EID wrong. Because clearly not. Hey, welcome. Second time on this. You broke a key on your MacBook? I've literally never heard of that happening. The EID is 3. It is 3. It's straight up missing from the log? Hello? I am so confused. My god, seriously? Third time? Why doesn't this bug happen when I have time to debug it? Why is it not updating? Yeah, I have been streaming a little longer than usual. Okay, now it's updating. What the hell was that, bro? By any chance, did it work and I just didn't notice because I was too busy looking at the terminal and the game just hadn't recompiled? No. No. And no, it's never too late to learn how to code. I have been streaming for 6 hours today, actually, not just 5. It's almost 6 hours. I'm about to finish. I just want to, like, fix this bug. I just genuinely don't understand where the fuck it comes from. Is kind of the problem. Oh, wow. Okay, so this log didn't fix it because it's in a header file. So that part I understand. Tomorrow there is another stream though, yeah. And tomorrow we're gonna do game logic, like AI logic, which is why I want to get the AI logic working well today. Who is clamping your location? Is anyone setting the location? Like, let me see. This is for drawing. The speed is minus 50. So I do expect that to be increasing. This is C hacked together with some preprocessor macros that were pretty fun to set up today. Not seeing anything else. So let me try something. C is a pretty easy language to start with, I would say. When you're not running into this type of bullshit. That is. Bro, what the actual fuck is going on? Disabling bounce checking entirely. There's a chance the object will fall through the floor. No, okay. Oh. The game does crash if you do that, so be careful. How are you doing that? How are you doing that? There is currently no code whatsoever to clamp this damn mother to the wall. There is no code that does that. None. Anywhere. So I have a grand total of 0 clue why it and it alone is incapable of exiting the screen. Jester, do you know? Let me try something. Is it just the rendering code? Is it just the rendering code? But that shouldn't be updating. This is so confusing. This is so damn confusing. Hold on. Before I look at the rendering code. If it is the rendering code, the ghost is going to have the exact same issue. Yes, it does. But it is able to go down. Hold up, because the rendering code is fucking weird if this is what's happening. We're drawing an image with an X and a Y, image width and an image height. The X is never being adjusted. All right, I'm pretty sure it's probably something really dumb. It's really weird. It also only happens on one side, but also, it will crash if you go outside of bounds. So maybe that's a fix for either later today if I manage to fix it, or for tomorrow. I think that's enough for today. Do I have anything to... Well, yeah, I quite do. I do have to commit all this. The velocity thing, that one is working fine now. You need to come back. You need to come back to get tag for EID fleeing. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're good. The game should run now. It does have that limitation. If you go out of bounds, you're not allowed to. If you're a sprite, that is. Okay. Okay. So, that is it for today's stream. Tomorrow, I'm gonna look if I have to fix the rendering code, and if I have time to fix the rendering code. After I'm done watching Hackers, obviously. No, I don't know about that. Maybe. Maybe after I look at syscalls a little bit. And after I... what else do I have to do in the system that was really important? X is Y and Y is uint in draw image. So that's probably it, yeah. I figured that would have to do with it. Because obviously the code is not made to render outside of bounds. it's not supposed to. Anyway. Yeah. No, I don't want to make a assigned int for that, because that is pixel code. So pixel code is not supposed to have negative numbers. That part I 100% don't want to do. Instead, if you exit the scene, what really bothers me about it. All right, maybe I need to give it 5 more minutes, because one thing does bother me about it. It's the fact that the position is clamped. That shouldn't fucking happen. The position should continue moving even if the sprite doesn't actually render. Where even are we? If it's just the position, like if the position is getting updated, I don't have a problem with that. Or was I checking that? If that's the case, we just have to handle that inside the engine itself, because it's not something that's supposed to happen in the rendering code, so I don't want to change the rendering code. Okay. Okay. It is moving. It continues to move. It just doesn't render. So what we can do is adjust the location like that, the Y location like that, the width the offset X is now going to be that if T location X is less than 0, if it's more than or equal to 0, now if it's less than 0, then this offset is going to be how far from 0 it is. So that is to say, the absolute value of T location X. Otherwise, it's going to be 0. Absolute float value. Then cast to an int, but and the width is going to be the maximum value between s info width and s info width minus offset X, whereas the height is going to be the same thing done for the height. Which lock X, lock Y. No, not min instead of max. Sorry. It's supposed to be max between 0. It's supposed to be 0. We're supposed to limit it at 0. What did I just do? In this function signature here? Info width, info height. Okay, that's missing. WH, that's it. Close the function. That stays the same. No, wait, I can't do it. The other thing has to do it. Ooh, get fucking horrified, motherfucker. Run! Damn it. Damn it. Hold on. Can't remember, this isn't a header file. It probably shouldn't be. Come on. Flee, mortal. He got sucked into a black hole, but... but the spirit is there. Because the function that we need to call is fb draw partial image. If we pass the wrong width, it won't handle it correctly. So, now this is still lock X. This is still lock Y. The image is still S base image. Really, the thing we care about is the full width at the end of this. That's what we need to set. I'm genuinely not sure what the start X and start Y variables are. Probably a few streams ago when I created this function it made sense. Not entirely sure, don't think we need it now. Oh, it probably just indicates where in the sprite to start rendering. So... maybe it's off X, off Y. And the full width is still the S info width, because that one is used to calculate when a row ends of the sprite and a new one begins. So, prevents spaghettification. Come on, mortal. Come on, mortal. It's about to drop on you, mortal. You better flee. Okay, that didn't prevent shit. Well, on top of make clean, maybe actually put the function in here. I mean, it would have run. We would have just had 2 sprites. Come on, mortal. Let's go. Beautiful. Amazing. Impressive. I should also probably stop him from running, because he's just gonna run infinitely. But that's his problem, not mine. Alright. I am moving these into an ECS core.c, where I can move this, and this. eventually will run back on screen. It'll overflow. I don't know what happens when it overflows. Let's not find out what happens when it overflows, funny as that would be. It would be really funny if it ran, like, you could consider like it ran all the way across the world, like they do in cartoons, and then end up in the same place. Some fucking Looney Tunes shit. Would be amazing if you leave the game running about, I don't know, 30 years. And I probably need to make clean. Because... No, there's another issue. Multiple definitions of a sprite render system. Because these functions are being redone. These are functions that depend on render solid. Then render solid is implemented in here. How is that multiple definitions? You're gonna make your first video game. I mean, you decided yesterday to make your first video game. That's nice. Amazing. Have you chosen a game engine or anything like that? Is there some Pragma ones missing? From ECS, maybe no. Um, do I understand what's going on? No, I don't. I don't understand how there's now multiple definitions inside of main of movement list, solid list, sprite list, and player list. Where those are components that are declared here once. So they absolutely should not be getting declared multiple times. Multiple definitions of solid render system as well. Sprite render system, movement system. First defined here in main.o function collide. Where's collide? Oh, wait. Yeah, the implementation for collide was being included in both. So that didn't help. Fuck. Still not okay though. Should... Yeah, the macros are starting to bite me in the ass. Can these be made static then? Figured I would fix some of them, but no. Also, this and this. Okay, that did work. Fully? Fully, I think. What was that? Besides design, then I clearly need to stop streaming. Alright, it does work. Alright, let's scare little mortal Morty over here. His name is Nugget, but we might as well call him Morty. Oh geez, Rick. How did you exit this shit again? Okay, Control F. Control Alt F. Alright. A life sim. I want to do digital art for the game because I already know how to do digital art. Nice. Nice. Honestly, simulation games are some of my favorite to play. Any game that has any kind of simulation, I love. I've even considered doing some sort of very basic simulation, life simulation in this game where you're a ghost that scares people. Then again, how many actual days of development do I have if I only do it on stream? And I only stream on the days that I've scheduled. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm not even here on the 31st. So 13 days. I might have to take a little overtime. I might have to do a little overtime. Alright. So. Honestly, I would have done overtime today if it wasn't for the fact that kind of done a lot. And I think we're at a pretty stable point where we can leave it here for today. So strange for me. It's so strange to me for people, especially gamers, not having computers since they're basically free if you don't need a good one. I don't know about basically free. If you don't need a good one, sure, but if you're a gamer, you need a good one. Even the most like not graphically intensive games are so poorly optimized. Minecraft. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh lord. What was that? Yeah, so they're not amazingly optimized, and so you'd still need a decent-ish PC. Actually, hold on. Unreal. Oh, oh Jesus. Oh, did it sound like I coughed and said something that was also in the chat at the same time? Because that's a big coincidence, but that's not what happened at all. Let me drink some water. Oh boy. There's barely any water left in there. All right. Oh boy, oh boy. Specifically, Unreal 5. Yeah, I need to go to the doctor real quick. Oh boy. Ooh. You know, tis the season to get sick. Anyway. Also the tech industry in general. Ooh, getting quite concerned. Alright. That's enough for today. Yeah, it's true that you can get a decent-ish computer for a decent-ish price. The truth is most people just don't need one. I'm having a reaction. The web. The modern web. Oh boy. I can't breathe. If only I had more RAM and it wasn't being wasted by the stupidest fucking thing. Don't say allergies. Don't say allergies, please, for the love of God. I've been good the last few days. Alright, let's not jinx it. Okay, so that's enough for today. We'll continue doing some scary, spooky, but not skeletons, ghost game development tomorrow. We're gonna look into AI, so I may or may not take time to study some AI practices. Probably not. Probably fucking not. I already said if I could, I was gonna watch Hackers, so I mean, I may have some GDC talks open on my browser somewhere. Maybe some of them are going to be useful. Ask ChatGPT about AI. She and I are not speaking right now. We're not on speaking terms. All right. So that's the end of the stream. I will link my Discord again, because I actually linked it earlier today, but just in case anyone is interested in joining, I do post about, well, next stream is tomorrow, so it's already scheduled. But I do post, in case there's any delays, I stream a little bit earlier sometimes. Depending on that, I'm going to post about it in the videos channel on Discord, so you can see it there. You can also get pinged for live streams or YouTube videos. Next stream is going to be, again, ghosting. It's going to be the ghost game. What do you mean dual stream tomorrow? Oh, double, okay. I don't know about that. Usually, because like sometimes I do streams, like I finish about an hour earlier than this, and then I start again an hour from now. To give me time to like have dinner, take the dog out, hang out, do stuff. That's really on a specific basis. I don't know. It depends on if I'm finishing the thing that I'm doing or not. It is useful, to be fair, and I actually consider doing it today, but maybe today is not the best day for that. I don't know. Maybe a later stream. I don't know, because I would have to do some game AI research. To be fair, like if I do have the time off on the weekend, like if I'm not doing anything in the evening, it is useful. There are more people watching. So it is nice to stream in the evening. But okay, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, I don't know. Again, might just actually do the AI research on stream. So again, on Discord, I will tell you about it if I do end up doing that in about an hour-ish or so. If not, the next stream is tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST. That's at Central European Time, the time in Spain, Italy, Germany, France, I guess. Not in the UK. In the UK, it's 2 p.m. You can translate that to your own time zone, even though that's changing soonish. Yeah, that's at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Today, right now, it's almost 9:30. So that's the next stream. We might or might not do some game AI research today. We will see. Largely dependent on if Hackers is available for me to watch on a streaming platform that I own. All right, enough of that. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. I will be seeing you either in about an hour or in slightly more than 12. I don't want to do the math. All right, bye, everybody.